Hello, universe. Happy day of the week to you. Today we are cubing ultrally, which is truly atypical. Hey, Miko, you really killed it on the whole put in a cube and a train thing. More importantly, please set up offloading and turn a cube into 64 cubes. Yum, don't taste batteries, probably. Wow, that is not the most helpful advice from past me, but I do now remember the battery talk we had last time, and I still feel like I've missed out on something truly blessed in the world, or perhaps one of the more cursed things that chat has ever brought to my attention. Alright, so we have it so that the cube can go slide around, pick up this stuff. We need to set up offloading for this stuff. We need to face something really soon that we've been kind of putting off. Happy cubes to you as well. I appreciate Rigonomicon. Something I've been kind of avoiding is the science packs. We have 2 of them available to us now, and we're getting very close to them research-wise, and I think it's probably time to honestly get both them going, but try to focus one. At the same time, I do want to upgrade our this science. Apparently made 10 million gelatinous tar. Oh, I forgot we can upgrade the gelatinous tar as well. So first thing is I want to crush the core ore and then use that coal to improve our gelatinous tar production. That's like step number 1. Why aren't you running is the question. You have no green circuits because you have no basic matter units. You're making basic matter units right now. What is your condition for no longer making basic matter units and instead going through? Your condition is to check a circuit. The circuit is right here. This circuit specifically looks for less than 10,000. You should make a crazy amount right now then. Maybe this is the first time the circuit's been able to really go. Alternatively, just things run out pretty quickly. I forgot we were getting real spaghetti with the train lines last time. Cool. So let's start with step 1. We've set up picking up. We have our offloaders kind of over here. I want to set up somewhere to crush them. So let's set the crushing over there as well, just so we can get some materials out of it to start. And then when we have those, we can use the coal to improve our gelatinous tar and then go from there. I believe the deep core is used for one of the 2 sciences. I want to say it's the purple looking one. It is. So deep core crystal and resplendent plate. And I believe resplendent plate comes from the crushed version of it as well. Yeah, deep core powder. Other than that, this is very, very simple to make. The science pack is not bad, honestly. Everything in this one is not bad. I thought it was an S, but it turns out it's like an infinity thingy, which is, I guess, a little bit more intense than just the letter S. Spectral processors, those are blue circuits, I assume. There are blue circuits, but they take spectralite. Okay, so it looks like this one is going to be more focused on folding the cube into those 64 mini cubes, getting that spectral and haunted stuff out of it, which we don't even have this yet. The energy cell takes ectoplasm, which we get from doing a seance. Oh, interesting. You can use euphoria to take a dormant phantom constituent and recharge it. That's very interesting. We currently have an excess of bottled euphoria compared to anguish, but it looks like anguish is getting consumed here as well. I'm glad that these are getting more use, but at the same time it's a little bit concerning. But we'll be fine for the moment. Stygian Energy Lab. Harness the haunted energy cells. Okay, so I'm guessing this is a new source of power? Looks like it consumes Stygian energy source, but it gives us heavy turbines, so surely this is some sort of wind-powered output. We'll have to figure that out on the way. Alright, so crushers are the best thing we have. We don't have better than crushers. We have only one right now. I want to make a few more of them for sure before we get things going. Perhaps our best bet is just to focus on more buffer boxes for sciences. That might be... Oh, I don't know why you're over there. That might be a pretty solid idea just to get things going, is to buffer box all of our science. Thanks, little robots. Because right now our science is just going to go here and then chill on, granted, varying length belts, but it would be nice just to have a little bit sitting in a box somewhere, I feel. Also probably want to make a request for some of those, because again, we set up our basic requests. May as well get some of those basic supplies now that they are accessible to us. I'd like to also focus on getting up substations at some point. That's on the to-do list. There's a lot to do today, that's for sure. How many is that off? That's 2. It's right here. No underground needed. You're a little more awkward to fit in like that, so we'll just put you right here to line it up. Cool. Now we can at least have some sort of buffer of packs. This one will potentially have an issue since we have it swing by down here to make the packs. I think it might do a check for it, but we'll just store it for now. Maybe it'll be fine. Either way, that'll give us a little bit more leisure on our science packs, which is nice. Particularly when we're not doing sciences. I think Breaking Force 2 is already a pretty solid upgrade for us to finish up with for now. I don't know if we'll be doing many more sciences at the moment, but we'll start with that at least. No idea how many crushes we're going to need. Not even like the fuzziest idea of how many crushes we're going to need. Really spitballing it. We'll start with 4 and we'll go from there. It really is determined by how many things we're delivering at once, and currently it's not going to be that many. I wonder if I can use the small cube efficiently as fuel or not. My one concern is having the cube in small form too long, and then those few recipes that take the cube are no longer cubable. Although perhaps there's alternatives that don't take the cube, and I could just spend most of my time with 64 small cubes. I don't know. I'm really just speculating at this point. But speculation is half of the fun. So I'm going to call for bots to remove stuff here. Do not need trees other than for their aesthetic value, because we have no biters to deal with in this world. Thank goodness for that. Although they could have had like a whole thing where there's just a bunch of biters that are just various shapes that aren't cubes that you have to deal with. Alright, we'll loot this to save our bots some trouble. So we'll have 4 of them here. Then we can have our unloading just go across here. I'll have some bots remove a little bit more of this. Honestly, that one by the power pole is fine. It kind of looks nice. This is our DCO drop-off that we set up. Cannot insert wood, inventory is full. Unfork knife, but not really an issue. Thankfully, now that we have bots, I swear the game just changes when you have bots. I know it like literally does because you can do so much more. But it feels so nice to do. So currently we're only doing 1 train cart of deep core ore. Something notable about this is we should make it so that, I guess it doesn't really matter. This setup right here, like this will check to make sure that one of these is empty. But currently over here, we're only offloading our cube in slot 2, I want to say. Well, we don't even have a cube offload actually, because this train stop just has the cube reload. So currently in our setup, our deep core ore setup can only unload the cube and reload the cube from a single spot, which is less than ideal if we want to run multiple trains, but it's really just how we have it right now, so we'll just kind of have to suck it up for the moment, I think. It's almost certainly worth changing eventually. I just don't know how much core ore we're going to need. Certainly we're going to need a lot. I think I'm a little silly if I'm assuming that we won't end up needing a crazy amount of it. Cool. So I have cargo equal to 0 before it wants to take off again. Right. I also need to set up so that the cube would come down here. I think I might have done that successfully though. This radar is checking to see how much ore is available to pick up. It's not checking for anything else. So something worth noting is that we probably want to do a radar into a combinator to check for a few different things at once, instead of just checking for that one condition of is there ore available to pick up, which kind of doesn't make sense anyways now that I'm thinking about it more, because there's always going to be ore to pick up effectively. And whenever it comes down here, it's going to pick up ore and then go through. I guess I can set up another condition where this only pulls the cube off. Oh, actually, that's an interesting thought. We should have it so the cube only gets pulled off whenever there's like a bunch of ore not in the box. That'll save us a little bit of trouble to start at least. So we'll enable disable this one based on the deep core ore inside of the box, and we will set it on. Why can't you read that right now? Because you don't have power, is that why? Nope, it's because I did the wrong thing. I did crystal instead of ore. Wait, what the heck's a deep core crystal? Alright, if that has less than 500, then that'll kick on. So this is flashing no power, which does mean everything is awful. Which is cool. If that's what you're into. Why did we run out of power? I guess because it took too long from the trip on the ship? Weird. I guess the bots had charged a lot too, but it shouldn't have turned off the base. I've had so many blackouts, it's crazy. Oh, we unlocked uranium. This is probably a good time to start upgrading to that. Holy moly. The shame of walking through your base when it's completely shut down. Truly a fate worse than death. Hello, Ultra Cube. I could put a condition on everything where, like, oh, that's actually not a terrible idea. If I set up a condition on literally everything, so that it'll only go and... Actually, I can do this and then just pop it out manually. We should put a condition on everything, so if the total steam is, like, below a certain point, it'll, like, not be consumed, I guess? I don't know. Really hoping this lasts long enough to keep the factory running so that I can manually make some fuel. Heck, that's the worst case scenario. That's a lot of lost fuel. That is 8,000 wasted unstable gas because I just got it stuck in there. Oh, look it, they're like a fish kinda. Wonder where they're all going. Probably like somewhere cool that I'm not invited to. Please charge, please. Alright, it's fine. Once we plug it in here, it'll be fine. I'm surprised we're consuming so much power, but I'm not like that surprised. I'm just mildly inconvenienced by the fact that we're consuming a crazy amount of power. Gosh, I still feel half asleep this morning. It's been a little bit since I've streamed like earlier for me. Oftentimes my streams have been much later in the day, so it's a nice change of pace. But also I feel like I'm still asleep basically. So I'll deal with it. Alright, so we're not going to run out of power for a while. I can focus on what I was working on, which was setting up the offloading. So let's go set that up really quick. If we can use the cube as fuel, splitting it into 64 to like fuel a bunch of things and then reconvening could be interesting, but at the same time, it's a lot of work that goes into that. It might not even be worth it. Okay, so we have these set up here. Got plenty of blue splitters and stuff. Currently we're only gonna need one of these. Do we have loaders? We do have loaders, but I don't believe we have them automated because they were fairly expensive. My thought process was loaders over here, but I don't think we can feasibly afford it. Ah, right, because it's the spectralite. So we can't really afford loaders right now. I think for simplicity's sake, probably just going to do iron chests for the moment. Although I'd like to upgrade them to bigger storage sooner. Alright, there's braking force too. I'm wondering if I should just let the base chill for a little bit, but there's really no reason to in practice. What I'm really thinking about is like, sure, I could save materials for a little bit and build up a little buffer, but if we really like stop using things, period, we're now in like a really bad position because our stuff is just gonna back up. So we should have to be like spending things at least a little bit from time to time. The backing up can be just as bad because if you back up on one thing, then other things can't be produced, and it's a whole can of worms. So if we can avoid that, it would be quite nice. Cool, so this will be crushing it, and then I believe that crushes 3 outputs, which is stone, coal, and powder. I want to redo these power poles. Do I want them to unload like this? They'll be a little bit close if I do. Let's have them unload from the center. Cool. So we'll do filter, and then we'll do stone, and we'll do stone on the leftmost ones. I've noticed it's still charging power. I hadn't looked at the cube in a little bit, but it is still getting us back there because of how completely behind on steam we were. We'll have this be coal, which is going to be our first source of like renewable coal other than just breaking rocks, which is certainly not renewable from my understanding of it. And this will be the core powder. Perfect. And then we'll make that like that. And we will have these all combine into themselves. Do this design, we'll flip it over this way for the stone. Then splitter, splitter, and then we can just bring them into a single line in the middle. We can kind of repeat this for all of them. Just to a lesser degree and with some undergrounds to make it a little simpler for us. It's cubing time, it sure is, Wise Wolf. Nice to see you. Hopefully you're doing just stellar today. I can't help myself. I've gone mad with power. Oh my gosh, I'm so slow. I need to click that sign so it stops flashing. This is actually the opposite of what I want. Which makes sense since it's mirrored. Or not mirrored. Whatever. This is fine. Came back from work. Build myself a new laser enclosure. Oh, that's really rad. Very, very cool. My roommate does stuff with lasers as well. I really had no idea how that stuff really worked until she explained a good chunk of it. And even now I'm still kind of like a little bit lost on it. Okay, so we'll have this coalesce over here. And we have 1, 2 of our final products outputting. Hope you're doing well too. I totally am doing well. I'm a little tired, but it's just the nature of the beast. If you're not tired, you're not living. Or something. There's probably a way to live without being tired too, but I haven't figured it out yet. Cool. This is like such a extreme excess of belts and design. But I started doing it and now I'm like committed to it. This should output all 3 things in an even amount. I could absolutely cut like a pretty dramatic amount off this, so I'm gonna do so. For the sake of space. I think that's like the primary one. There's a few more spots. I think I can cut off a lane here. And this at least gets it a little bit tighter. Which is good. I have 0 clue how lasers work, but I have a 30-watt fiber laser at home and a 6,000-watt laser at work. That's really interesting. Yeah, I don't really understand them super well, but my roommate has explained to me the stuff she does with them and like solar panel stuff. It's all really confusing, but really interesting to learn about. Good work, bots. Killing it. Alright, so the cube has started going around again. So the ideal thing here will be taking... Are these all lined up? I should just start crushing stuff to see where everything is, because I can't find out otherwise. It'll also show if some things are broken, but I think that they kind of line up in the same general spot. Maybe they don't, though. Ideally, they would. No, you don't understand. The copper cables need to connect in an aesthetically pleasing way. Alright, cool. So this should crush. So now I'm going to have you go to DCO drop-off, which you have to take a big old loop for. Normally you would not end up there without dropping off your stuff. Hopefully. Alternatively, we might want to have several pickups at once since we're only picking up so little. The train is fairly slow. How is this train getting fuel on a related note? Oh wow, the cube came down here to get picked up. I kind of forgot that was an option. Ah, you don't have any power there. What's your fuel actually while I'm here? Okay, it looks like hand-fed vehicle fuel, which means we can pump down vehicle fuel just fine. Absolutely forgot to put power here, and I'm truly suffering for it. Really don't want the cube being down here this second. Kind of wasteful, but I can always have it so that, like, if it doesn't get picked up, it just goes back up. This is, like, super wasteful, though. This does make it so if it comes down here and there's no train available to go back up, that's just, like, a big waste of its time. So ideally, we'll fix that later on. Right, you go to the drop-off now. Hopefully it'll drop some off and I'll see where the coal goes, and I can pump the coal up to that, and then we'll upgrade the recipe, and hopefully that'll output more things. I wonder if I should have two separate makers, one of which uses the coal and one doesn't. Because if we don't produce enough coal, then that one's just going to turn off, which will be no good. Our train is coming around now, so it'll offload. We'll see if our crusher design, one, keeps up with the speed. And two, how it ends up looking. Oh, it's a very satisfying looking ore on the belt. So our deep core ore comes up here, it goes through the crusher. Can we smelt deep core ore? I missed the Factoriopedia. That's by far my least favorite part of this. Is this not crushed? It is crushed. It just takes a lot of it to crush it once. So it looks like our current crushers don't quite keep up. We're also extremely far behind on power now. So it goes. That'll be one of our things we fix next. Oh, it comes out precisely where I wanted it to. However, I didn't expect them to end up on the same belt, so let's work on fixing that first and foremost. That should be an easy one to fix at least. That last splitter's just got to change over. It's going to look a lot nicer. The output is on multiple belts. Or I guess on multiple sides of the belt. That's a better way to put it. There we go. So cool. These clearly output a pretty crazy amount of deep core powder and coal versus stone. I actually don't remember what we're using the deep core powder for right now. Currently, it's going to go into a mausoleum because I'm sure we'll actually need it for something eventually. Perhaps I should just set up 3 mausoleums here to start, and then... Oh, I can't make any more loaders, though. I miss loaders. A lot of, like, mini projects to get done, which are going to be, like, macro gains for our factory. Alright, at least we're storing a little bit of it now, and this should keep running for the moment. Did the train fully drop its stuff? It did. Most of it got worked through. Yeah, it looks like most of it got dealt with pretty quickly. So we probably want to grab more, which means I'm going to have to redesign that stop over there, which is not the end of the world. I feel like this train's rules are not good because it just keeps driving all the time. Yeah, it's not emptying its cargo literally at all. I'm going to just change it to empty cargo and because it's just sitting there and wasting a boatload of fuel for no reason currently. It's less than ideal, obviously, because it'll reach a situation where the amount that it has sitting in its train will not be enough to satisfy the outputs and everything. It's really interesting. She's using it to, like, I don't know what it's called, when you add stuff into silicon to make LEDs and so on. So from my understanding of her work, she's trying to figure out how to use the laser to study, or she's using the laser, I guess, for, because she's like doing a whole doctor thing, to study how to make solar panels more effective. Because, like, currently, like, because of band gaps and stuff and the stuff that solar panels are designed out of, they're not as effective as they could be. So she's working to try and, like, figure out how to make solar panels better. It's really, really interesting stuff. Super interesting stuff. And whenever it's something noble like that, I'm always, like, a big supporter of the research, obviously. Oh, we're actually doing fantastic on these resources now too. Yeah, she's a smart one. That's for gosh darn sure. Okay, what is this deep core powder for? So it's for resplendent plates, which are pretty easy to make other than sophisticated matter units, which we certainly are going to want to make more of because we have a very small build of them somewhere. Are they for anything else? If it's just for plates, we're going to make an excess of them for sure. As it's, I mean, 16 core powder to each one, but at the same time, 40 core ore is, we'll say it's 1-to-1, even though it's technically more than 1-to-1 for our simplicity. So maybe we won't make a crazy amount of plates. What else is it used for, though? I guess we can follow this line and see. So that's the solar power equipment for our armor, which takes the plates. Looks like we can use deep core powder to make more condensed fuel. Okay, so that's going to be a good use for that one. We should probably research that sooner than later because condensed fuel is already kind of annoying. So we're going to want this to go in a lot of places throughout the base. It's starting to become more and more evident that I'm going to want to use trains a lot more rather than just like big old belts dragon stuff. I think deep core powder might be the exception simply because there's just so much of it and I want it to be going pretty like constantly. And unloading in a bunch of different spots would probably be quite the pain. A huge amount of coal, though. Oh, we should also do that other research for the improved recipe. Or maybe we've already done it? What is this? 2,000 deep core powder and 4K sulfuric acid gives us 10,000 deep solution. You could turn mineral water into deep core powder and calcium. How do you get mineral water? Deep core crystal is deep core powder, calcium, deep solution. What do you need crystal for? Sand, mineral water, sulfuric acid. So we can produce powder multiple ways? That's so peculiar. I guess this is just like to get coal primarily then? They did say initially that we weren't going to use every improved recipe. Weird. Very, very weird. I guess that's for the science pack? Ah, the crystals themselves are for science pack. The science pack's actually like really, really reasonable though. Like super reasonable. Oh, but we need coal for it as well. So coal's actually going to be not stressed per se, but if we're using it for multiple recipes, then we need to be a little bit careful because we don't want our science to run out, nor for our tar to run out. If we're going to switch over to the tar setup, improved tar processing. So it's 400 coal. One delivery got us 1,300. I think it's almost certainly worth it. So the question remains, I guess I set this up for a coal drop-off actually. So I must have intended to drop off coal. I don't remember doing it, but there's no chance I would have set this up otherwise, probably. So I guess we'll start having things unload here. I think what I want to do is to cut this entire setup and move it down a lot. Not the boxes, mind you. Those can stay here for now. But everything else I want to drag it down to basically right here, as there's no good reason to have it so far away, especially if the intent's going to be to reload a bunch of trains with it. So we'll move that downwards, and then we'll move this with it, and then we'll move those mausoleums a little bit later. This was just like an experiment to see where I wanted everything. There we go. Cool. That saves us a lot of space, and now if we want this to be like stone pickup or whatever, we can have that be the case as well. Which we will probably do here. Actually, let's see where stone needs to go. I think our main stone producer is over here now. So stone might be able to just stay here and be offloaded here. But I do think we'll pick up coal and put it elsewhere. Coal is going to be needed for a few things. One is going to be science. Two is going to be that new tar recipe. So we'll set up our coal. Pick up. Cool. So we've got our coal pickup, and now we've set this over here, although we haven't crafted whatever they're called, train stops. So I'm going to just handcraft a few of those and then call for them to be put into storage boxes, and then those will be taken care of on their own naturally. Keep a couple on me just in case, though. We'll make this one our coal drop-off, but I kind of want to denotate that it's a coal drop-off intended for, like, coal destruction, effectively. I mean, it's not actually destruction, but it's being used for the fuel instead. Spoiled potato! Oh no, I didn't realize that was even an option. Fuel... I guess tar is the best way to look at it. Oh, perfect, gelatinous tar. Well, so now we have coal drop-off there. Obviously, we're going to want more trains. Did I set up locomotive automation? I feel like I asked that last time and the answer was no. The answer is a firm nope. So we're going to have to make some of those ourselves really quick. Not that it'll be that bad, thankfully. Somehow, the cube is sitting all the way over there. Oh my goodness. You're supposed to not leave without the cube. What happened? Oh, it was or 5 seconds of inactivity. No, 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 no. You need to make sure you leave with the cube. Go get the cube right now. You're supposed to pick up the cube and bring it home today. It's your weekend with the cube. Unbelievable. Alright, cool. The cube is on the bus. Why is this not seeing that its cargo is greater than 0? This is deep core ore, right? Did I send it on the wrong thing? Oh. Probably because I put it as less than 0, to be honest. Good old cube train. It breaks so early, it's really funny. Uh-oh. Cube train, wait, don't do it. Don't leave, don't leave, don't leave, don't leave. Wait. Alright, never mind. I should have just paused you. I was thinking I could be quick enough. Alright, thankfully the cube went home this time. I want to condition... Can I set up an interrupt somehow? Yeah, I want an interrupt where... I don't know if the best way to do this. It's going to be core stuff. Yum jelly tar is so right, though. Actually, delicious. So I want to check that deep core ore is an interrupt. And this one's going to be has cargo or item count, and the cube needs to be 0. In addition to this, there needs to be cargo. And then we go over to the drop off. So no cube plus cargo means go because you didn't drop off for some reason. Yeah, that makes sense. Although, the interrupt going there doesn't make as much sense. Right? Because having it so that pickup comes after it kind of breaks the logic of it. I guess I can make a secondary one where it goes back to Cube Town Population U. Interrupts are so confusing. Wait, what are you doing? You didn't even wait. Wait. Oh, I didn't add a condition for it to stay? This might actually be fine, but kind of a waste of fuel. Yeah, I didn't add a wait condition. That's what it was. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to make it so that if cube is equal to 0 and cargo, whoops, and cargo has cargo and inventory, or no, not cargo, and item count core is 0. Oh, this is so confusing. Then go to Cube Town Population U until item count cube is equal to 1. We need to change this so the wait condition is empty cargo. So now it should logically go... Okay, I need to go drop off my stuff until my cargo inventory is empty, and then when my cargo inventory is empty, I will go chill at Cube Town Population U until I have a cube. Now, the issue with this is it's going to be a little bit dumb. Can I do only interrupts? Is that, like, viable? Because if I could do only interrupts, I can make it so that, like, depending on what it has on it, it'll go to specific places. I've never done, like, interrupts before, though. But in theory, I should make it so that if it never has a cube or anything, it goes here. It's basically like an if or an and or statement in a circuit, right? So now you're like, all right, I need to go to Cube Town Population U because I don't have a cube and I need a cube. The issue now becomes it's going to go to DCO drop-off automatically. I'm going to try and remove everything and see if I can just do interrupts. That might be kind of cringe made, but I'm going to at least try to learn it for now. So this is going to be... what is the OR interrupt right now? Or the deep core OR, I mean, not literally OR. So you go to drop off if cube is 0 and have cargo. Cool. So let's make one more of them. I probably should have named them more than just giving them an icon. Make this one to item count equals 1 for the cube. And empty cargo. Then go to DCO pickup. And then we'll do the wait conditions from before. Well, we want item count cube needs to be 1. That's like the most important thing in every situation is the cube count needs to line up to what it needs to be. And then full cargo, I guess. No, full cargo doesn't work. Item count cargo. We'll do deep core OR. Yeah, we'll make it so that it's over... I think it can hold 2k at once, so I'll just do greater than or equal to 2k, I guess. So the issue with this now, I mean, maybe it's not an issue. It will go to these respective interrupts. It'll be like, all right, I have the cube. Once the cube is gained, it will say, my cargo is empty and the cube is full, therefore I must go here until my stuff is full. Once that happens, how does it return to the drop-off? If cube is 0, it goes there. It needs a separate one. Can I fit them both into one interrupt? I don't see why not. So, or item count cube is equal to 1. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Or cube is equal to 1 and item count. And we'll go to the deep core OR. I feel like I'm making this a little bit more complex than it needs to be. We'll make this the 2000 we wanted, the greater than or equal to. So now it will return there under 2 things. 1, if it has the cube and it has cargo. 2 is if it doesn't have the cube. Now, actually, this is a bad idea. This is a bad idea. I understand now. This is just going to waste cube time. I'd rather waste fuel than cube time. So I think in this way, it's going to be better. So now it's going to go with how I have it set up. Okay, I have a cube, therefore I must go to the drill. Goes to the drill, and then it'll leave the drill once it has both the cube and 2000. Then it goes, all right, I have the cube and cargo. All right, so this is the one I need to change. This is the cube pickup. It'll go hang out here. I want to add a separate condition here where the cube is equal to 1. And in addition, the cargo is high enough. I think this is what I want. Whoops, this is the wrong side. This might have to be 2 separate conditions, maybe. I wanted to go here, but I always do cargo instead of what I want. Item count, and we'll do the crystals. This is so confusing. I mean, it should be cool if it works, though, if nothing else. So make that 2k. Greater than or equal to. So now it will return to the cube drop-off if it has the cube and it has a bunch of crystals, which means immediately after that pickup, or if it has no cube or crystals. This will be its default location, and it'll go here as well. It will leave this location when cube equals to 1. I don't necessarily want this to be true, which is the issue here. This is where my problem falls, because I want it to sit here until cube is equal to 1. But I also want it to leave once the cargo is low enough. So I can add an or, I suppose. Or once I guess the cube is gone and the cargo is low enough. Okay, so you leave this location if you either the cube is equal to 1 or, but then again, if it doesn't drop the cube, I don't know if it'll drop the cube quick enough. I think an inactivity might fix it, to be honest. So cube is equal to 1 and 5 seconds of inactivity. This should make it so that it has time to offload the cube. That makes a lot of sense to me. The alternative will be if item count cube is 0 and has cargo. This should make sense. This makes sense. So if it has any cargo left whatsoever, we'll make these two conditions. It'll go here if either the cube and the deep core ore crystals are gone. And it'll leave under the condition that it either has a cube or it has cargo in its inventory that is in the cube is 0 specifically. It will not leave this location as long as the cube is in its inventory. I feel like I can improve this a little bit. I mean, I want to leave actually with the cube. It will leave if it has the cube and some inactivity. So it'll have time to offload the cube as well. This should work. This makes sense to me, at least. I don't know how much sense it actually makes in practice, but it makes sense to me currently, so we'll work with it. Hopefully it actually pans out. Interrupts are peculiar. We're learning a lot about Factorio today, certainly. So, I'm going to move these down. My inventory is kind of clogged with stuff. We should just make a blueprint book. I don't even know if we want these blueprints. Almost certainly no to most of them, but probably a good idea to start making a blueprint book and just saving them. So let's do that really quick as well, just for some inventory space. Almost certainly most, if not all, of these are useless, but they might not be. So we will grab them. Looks like the cube is successfully going through, but I think we may have done it. I think that with what we have design-wise, this should be okay for what we want to accomplish. Okay, so back to the matter at hand. This is actually one lower than the other one. It's kind of driving me bananas. Cool. So the matter at hand that we were working on before, which is that we want to reload this coal somewhere else. Which is going to be this stop here. We made a locomotive and we made 2 cargo wagons. Probably going to do 3. I mean, I don't really know. We're producing a good chunk of coal. So maybe it'll be fine. Hello, Uwu. If I figured out a fun MTG deck to play with friends next week. Oh, that's nice. My friends recently got into playing Magic, but I hadn't really played since many moons ago. But I played a little bit with them in the meantime. I like card games, but I don't want to say people don't enjoy playing Magic with me, because that's not the case, but I like playing wackier decks. So again, I don't play Magic super regularly or anything, I just play on occasion. Hey Fabian, nice to see you as well. Hello, hello, hello. We need to bring our fuel down here. I also want to start changing the color of these so we can keep an eye on what they are. Specifically, I guess we can do the stops. That way we know the coal ones and stuff, what they're doing. It's mainly for aesthetic value. Okay, so I need to get fuel down here. Our fuel currently goes down to right here, but we would like to bring it a little bit closer. I can have a train bring fuel around as well. Buying cards is cringe. I just print mine on at work. I would not spend money on Magic cards in my nowadays, I should say. I mean, there was a long time ago where I played a few tournaments and stuff back in the day, just because my friends were really into it. But certainly not for Miko nowadays. This train, this is the cube train, right? I guess we can skip fueling the cube train here, since it doesn't use any fuel while idling. Oh my god, it's a long belt. It's fine. How long ago you keeping a playset of Gaia's Cradle in the drawer? I think the last time I meaningfully played Magic was, I would say 2009, maybe 2008. That feels like an accurate guess of when it was. I mean, 2018. Saved it. Now no one will know I'm old as dirt. Heck, I didn't want that to be like that. Oh wow, you're a boomer? You know, it's too late, damn it. I tried so hard to prevent it. This is a little bit awkward for a train stop for fueling. I want the underground here. That's better. Cool. So that looks nice. I mean, nice enough. I don't love that we just have a big old belt, but the alternative was bringing this belt down, I guess, which would have been dramatically easier and look a lot nicer. So, you know, live and learn. So it goes. Sweet. Oh, we want some power for that as well. Plug that bad boy in. Alright, so now our trains have fuel, which is a nice improvement from them having effectively no way to ever get fuel. I'd only load 12 in. I probably manually loaded 12 and you just never loaded any. There we go, that's better. Sweet, so you're going to be doing coal, so we'll do coal pickup and then we need to set that other one. Did I already name it? Oh, I did. It's like coal drop off with a different symbol, right? Okay, the fact that that's inaccessible is troubling. I understand why it's inaccessible. I don't understand why it's inaccessible. I understand why it's inaccessible. It took me a few seconds. We figured it out. Turns out that train stop was the wrong direction. This is a roller coaster? It's certainly feeling like one. Coming from someone who's... I don't think I've ever... No, I've been on probably one roller coaster in my life. I say it's never, but like when I was young, I went on Space Mountain with my mom and you couldn't really see anything, so it didn't really feel like a roller coaster. Alternatively, it could have been because my eyes were closed the whole time because I was so scared. But who's counting? It's fine. Okay, so we haven't really set up any loading / unloading, so we gotta do that really quick. We want to make it like that, so we're not wasting any ore. This is going to be for unloading. Where did my... Oh no, that's just not the right spot. Okay, so where did the coal train go? It shouldn't be able to go anywhere. Sweet. So we're going to just reverse these. I don't know why I like this loader design. I don't think it's particularly good, but I've just been doing it for so long. Alright, great. So we'll load the coal down here. Space Mountain in front of the same different locations. To my memory, it was a very, very long time ago. I mean, not that long ago because I'm not that old, obviously, but to my memory, it was very dark. I mean, oh no, don't destroy that. Okay. It's very dark, and I don't want to say spooky, but like you couldn't really like perceive what was going on, but also I was very scared, so it's possible my eyes were just closed the whole time. But my mom said it was a nice time. So I trust her. Loader, hardly nowhere. No, it's too late for you to say those things now, Miko. No, it's never too late. Believe you me. Okay, so we're loading coal here. This will probably be fine. Honestly, 3 trains is almost certainly a little bit excess here. I just like the 3 train design. I can't help it. Should probably have multiple lanes as well. I'm not going to do that. We're just going to have it load really inefficiently. Honestly, it's not even that inefficiently, but it certainly is inefficient. But who cares? They can't make us have an efficient factory. Oh, don't deconstruction plan. I wanted to rotate these, and then we can copy paste these. Cool. So now we are successfully loading coal for the most part, other than the fact this hasn't connected yet. It's way too expensive. Yeah, I can imagine. I haven't really looked into going on a vacation in basically my whole life, actually, but I think that's more of a me issue because I don't really look at vacation as like, I don't know, I don't care. I'm more of a staycation kind of girl at the end of the day. Recently changed doing 1 to 2 trains. I realized I actually prefer the smaller ones. I mean, that's a preference thing. Some people just like bigger things, you know? Alright, you're chilling here because you have a little bit more stone. That's fine. That's no biggie. I know I set you up so that you wouldn't leave too early. Vacations for rest and not going somewhere, or going somewhere is exhausting. It's true. That's exactly it. Anytime I ever had time off work, it'd always be like, yeah, but what if I just sit home, eat some Ben and Jerry's, and watch a new Netflix show? That was very much more the energy I was looking to embody. So we're going to look for full cargo or inactivity, because I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it. And then we'll have the coal drop off go to empty cargo inactivity. It's a very inefficient way to do it, but it should be good enough for now. Okay, I'm going to ask a really dumb question now, and I'm probably going to get called out for it. Do trains go quicker if there's less cargo thingies behind them? Because that's interesting if so. Because I had no idea. Alright, cool. So we're going to set you to coal pickup. Should be able to do coal drop off next, which will be good. Acceleration is train to wagon ratio. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Not what top speed or faster acceleration. I mean, that's still like a shorter trip, so that is interesting. Good to know. All right, let's steal this design once more, and then we'll put it over here for our unloading of coal. I imagine this is just going to be like way too much coal for us to really do anything with. I hope that's the case at least. Whoops. I'd rather make that symmetrical, I think. Would you prefer a longer top speed or a harder top speed? What a question. Let me think about this, like, genuinely. What defines a harder top speed? I think that's like where we need to begin breaking this down. Is it more difficult to reach the top speed? Because that seems a little bit less efficient. I think we can still work with it. What defines a longer top speed? Am I overthinking this? No, there's no chance. I might just have this load into a single. I mean, honestly, there's no reason to load into a single belt. Longer time to reach? Interesting. Honestly, I can kind of get down with that, I think. Say longer is higher top speed. It goes longer up the numbies. Harder top speed getting there and staying there for longer. Oh, that's tough. I could see the appeal of both, to be honest. I'm glad we're asking the tough questions today. I don't know. If I had to pick one, let me think a little bit. I want to give an answer, not just like cop out. Longer is higher top speed. It goes longer. Harder top speed is getting there and staying there for longer. When in doubt, flat out. I'd have interpreted as the like how fast the acceleration changes. Oh, that's an interesting one too. I'm currently leaning harder top speed out of the two, but I don't know. It's a tough question. It's one that I think that scientists will probably need to look into at some point. And while I do have a lab coat, I wouldn't consider myself to be a scientist. I'd consider myself to be more of a revolutionary, maybe. A game changer. Oh, snap. It does remove my coat. I'm now no longer a scientist or a revolutionary. I'm sorry. I completely forgot I added that. I do not have a coat. I have become just Miko. You're longer at top speed, you accelerate faster. I do also like follow that logic. This would have really helped if I took a physics class at one point. Thinking about loading the wood in less of an obtrusive way so I can just bring the coal up, maybe. Coat privilege removed. No. I hate it here. It's supposed to be my turn on the coat. This is probably fine. I mean, this is still going to be just one belt. It doesn't use it too often, though, and it's going to have storage. So this will be fine. With the storage boxes, I think this will be much better. I'm going to just coalesce them into a single belt. It's kind of chilly without the coat on. Really makes you think about life. Remember the things you once had. I'm just kidding. It's like 4 million degrees. Although it's still kind of early, so it's not like 4 million degrees yet. It's like 3.9 million degrees, which is kind of nice. I really don't want to go over pipes, but I will. Is a Miko stellar or Miko terrestrial? That's a good question. Maybe one day I'll perform osmosis and then spit out a second Miko stellar and it'll be Miko terrestrial. Alright, so our coal stop is good. The train is still filling. You know what? Oh, it's supposed to be an or, not and. There we are. Cool. So now you go. Oh, you're so slow. We had 30C at 9 a.m. today. I hate that for you. I'm sorry. It sounds awful. Heck, I didn't actually give you power yet. I thought I did. Oh, no, I didn't give you box yet. I should have given you box and I didn't give you box, and I'm sorry for that. I thought you'd be fine in life without box, but... Hey, Lucario Zealot, nice to see ya. You should shoot and kill any bots going slow? No. Those are the cute bots. They're doing their best. I'm not gonna scare the bots. They're very cute and I don't want them to be scared. They need to be happy to come to work. See, that's the thing that a lot of employers don't understand. Listen to me about this one. If your employees are excited because you've got Pizza Mondays, then they're gonna be way more excited to come into work and they're gonna do better, right? If you're gonna be like, wow, Timmy is really performing slow today. Better put Timmy down. Who's gonna work faster? Honestly, some people might work faster that day and then quit. But is it worth one day of better production? Performance? That's the question. I don't want my boss to quit. You don't need Timmy though. Poor Timmy. Okay, so, uh-oh. I mean, that's fine. Ooh, you have a bunch of junk in there. In your metaphysical trunk. Those aren't supposed to be belts. You know what, you could store some wood in there. I'm sure you'd use it eventually. We can use a mausoleum here to store as well. I was like, why aren't you unloading? Just unload. Stop being so immature about it. Sweet. Alright, so coal's going up there. And now, nothing should need to change for the cube itself. We actually might need to change a circuit condition because this new recipe produces a whopping 40,000 gelatinous tar, which currently over, how many do we have? 10 of these. It'll take a few to fill them still, but it's not impossible that the cube might get stuck. Maybe it is impossible for the cube to get stuck. I don't know. I think that's how the factory's going. It sounds like it needs more production. Unfortunately, it literally always needs more production. The cube is never satisfied. It's just how life goes. How are you doing, Lucario? I still haven't caught your VOD yet. I saw you were streaming, I think it was yesterday or the day before, getting to the first gym in Pokemon Xenoverse, I think it was. And I meant to catch the first spot. It's still on my to-do list. I will check it out. I'm very curious about it, but I wasn't able to catch you last time. Hopefully that's been good, though. Although, no, maybe a day or two ago you were doing Forbidden Memories, was it? You're in my notifications, so like whenever I check my phone, if I happen to have missed it by a few hours, I'll be like, oh, Lucario streamed a few hours ago. Why are you in this machine? Actually, the machine's working. I was going to say, why are you doing your job, Q, but you're doing so good. Okay, so everything is kind of working. I think that this is broken, though, because the cube hasn't gone on this trip yet in a long time. Never mind, it's working. So this is a really bad way to determine when it should go down here. This is literally looking to see, is there core to be picked up? And if the answer is yes, it goes. And there should literally always be core. So right now, this may as well just say go left and then come back. The universe is going well so far. I'm looking forward to making more progress. That's always nice. Very cool. So let's fix this ruling. What makes us want to bring this down here? Where'd it go? There it is. So right now this is just checking, do we have ore there? I think this should probably be instead checking our coal and deep core ore. I mean, alternatively, we can just have it go down each time. I don't think it's that bad and it comes back pretty quick. We're getting more recipes where we get like a big mass of things, which is great. We just need a place to store them. I think something I want to do here, though, is make it so that the cube only... Oh, I already did it. Never mind. I was going to say I need to set it up so the cube will just go with the train here. The train will pick it up and then come back and not actually offload. But it looks like we already actually did that, so we're good. Past me is absolutely killing it. So now that the trains functionally work removing coal, we do have to do something with our stone as well, and then we have to do something with our crushed stuff as well. But I don't know what we're going to do with it yet. Do we have any meaningful recipes? Oh, right, we can do the deeply condensed fuel. That's literally just the exact same recipe, but we bring deep core ore up here. Now, deep core ore is already like very, very far away from that recipe. We don't really have a good way to train it there either. We don't have requesters. Unfortunately, I think we're going to just have to do a long belt akin to our current fuel belt. Unless I could put it on the sulfur belt somewhere. Theoretically, if I'm going to use the deep core ore over here, I could set up a stop for deep core ore and then have it drop off, get used up, and then it just kind of stacks on to the sulfur belt. I think that'd be the easiest is setting up a train stop rather than a big old belt. That's a good way to do it. Obviously, I'm going to need some go around on this because I set up the train stop in a dumb way. I shouldn't have set up directly on the rail. I wasn't thinking about it. Thankfully, it's pretty easy to circumvent with just a little noodle like this. I'm also going to need to set up rail signals, which I haven't, I think, automated yet either. Those are going to be pretty important going forward. Even just a few basic ones for intersections will make a world of difference for not blowing stuff up. Although rail signals are kind of a pain because once you start them, you have to finish them effectively. They're basically non-negotiable. So I'm going to just handcraft a boatload of them. Throw them in a box for now. I don't want to start lamps. Honestly, setting up lamps would have been a good idea, though. Kind of a huge blunder on my side, but it's just what I do, you know? Sometimes I'm like, I'll automate the crap out of this. Other times I'm like, this ain't getting automated no matter what. Just how ye old noggin works at times. All right, so I'm going to set up the next stop up here. Let's follow this line. And this will be the deep core powder drop off. Copy this here. We'll just reverse it so it'll look nicer. Some of these designs are starting to look a little bit off, but that's fine. Use this to expand out our RoboPort coverage. That's actually going to be like the worst possible place for it. Let's make it a little bit lower. I don't think the bots can see there currently. Nope, they can't see that corner, but they will be once that goes down. Alright, so we'll grab a train stop. We'll be aware that the train will be coming up here, so the train stop needs to be on the right side to show that we'll set up an offloading. I guess we'll just do 3. The issue with 3 train cars right now is I just don't think we have enough to like really logically do it. Oh, cool. You can actually start doing your thing now. Wonderful. Now, the cube just takes so long. Uh-oh, are you stuck in that machine or are you actually running properly? The wood's not loading quick enough. This is less than ideal. I can do 1 more wood load on the side. We had it at 4 before. Heck, I have so many things handcrafting. Besides, rail signals and chain signals take different stuff. I thought they were supposed to be identical. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a dumb way to do it. Absolutely, it's a weird... epilepsy. Oh my god, I can't speak. It's the weirdest word to look at. I mean, there's plenty of words that just do not look like how they're pronounced. Although now that you've said e-pile psi, it does mess me up a little bit too. So I kind of get where you're coming from. Alright, so the bots will go deal with that. Hopefully this means it'll load quicker. Again, 40k tar per recipe. I think the old one was 8k, so it should spend way less time here. Still not the most ideal loading method, but it's better than nothing. We're also about to run out of coal, so we're gonna have to add an extra condition here. I mean, ideally the coal train will just keep bringing coal, but right now we're not having the luxury of that. We're not making any coal. Because this train hasn't gone. Aw, heck, this is going to be a lot more complex than I thought. Maybe it is smarter to just make a separate one that runs. It's a little bit tight on space. Maybe I'll move all this stuff down and then we'll have 2 different gelatinous tires. For now, I'm going to set the cube free. We don't have enough coal. We did make some tar. Is there a way to change recipes via a, whatever the heck it's called? Combinator or something? Can you set a recipe manually or automatically? Because if that's a feature, I feel like I've heard someone talk about it before. But if it is a thing, I'd like to learn how to do it. Because currently... Why'd you badoo me? Cannot insert wooden sand. That means there's just a huge pile of it going on belts right now, which is just awful. But I'll fix it in a moment. We'll have this do normal for now. I would like to have it so that it just... Right, our inventory is full, duh. I like to have it so that when we have enough coal, it'll switch recipes to the other one, then use up the coal and then switch back. But maybe that's too hard to get done. Heck if I know. I forgot making mashed potatoes over here. That's comforting. Yes, you can. Is it like ridiculously difficult to pull off, I guess is the question. I imagine it's with circuits, but I don't know. Even if there's a menu somewhere, we need to clean the heck out of our inventory to like do it. Sweet. That's slightly better at least. I mean, we could do a tool belt research. I think we have one of those in the mix right now. It's 2 inventory slots. Come on, you think I'm gonna research that? That's expensive for 2 inventory slots. Not made of science packs. We'll probably get seance. We need it for the science pack, speaking of. I guess we'll just start working on the ones that specifically lead into the science pack so we can do those at our leisure. Okay, at least everything's running for now. Now, I've noticed that you once more didn't go down here, so what gives? Because you've gone past it now several times, and I thought it was pointing down here. I didn't pay enough attention. Let's grab it manually and go stick it down there and see what happens. Is it getting loaded and unloading really quick, or is it just not getting picked up, perhaps? Where doth the Ultra Cube hark? No, Ultra Cube, come back. You're so cool. Everyone thinks you're cool. Sweet. Now you're mine. Okay, Ultra Cube, so tell me what happens. Oh, interesting. You're now saying to not go down. No, you're saying to go down. Okay, Ultra Cube goes down. I don't. Ultra Cube, don't listen. You're so cool. You power a whole factory by yourself. Can I make a condition? I can. I'm going to set up this. I'm going to do a little bit of wiring while keeping an eye on Ultra Cube. Enable, disable. We're going to do it based on the stone contents of those belts. If they're equal to 0, it'll kick on and then let this one feed out. Otherwise, that'll be fine. Have you seen the power that Cube produces? Definitely. I mean, the Cube goes crazy. Wait, where are you going? Cube, come back. Why didn't you get loaded? Heck. I just broke something. I guess I can control the... it was a useless powerful. Cube, why are you going on your vacation, buddy? You're supposed to go. I didn't pay enough attention. It's not getting picked up, but why is it not getting picked up? Thank you, little bot. I appreciate your hard work. Hope you're having a euphoric day. Cool. The stone's getting delivered goodly. But why didn't you get picked up here? You're closed. Why aren't you... Is it because you're at the wrong stop? Did you move forward somehow? What happened here? Automatic tells it to go to temporary, the cube thing. Now it's trying to pick up the cube. This is what it should have done. Did it go too fast and then fly past it? There's no way. Dad is unreliable and never remember to pick up cube from soccer practice. Oh my gosh, wait, it's just immediately letting it go. Okay, I see. It's true. The cube's father is very irresponsible. We take good care of the cube anyways. So you're going in here and then immediately being put out. The reason being is because I have that rule for that inactivity. My initial thought was this rule would prevent us from getting gunked on the cube. How do I fix that? Let's have a little powwow. So I want it so the inserter will sometimes take out the cube, but not always. Should be easy enough to fix with a little bit of brain power. I can't put like a timer on that, can I? No, I should be able to, right? Yeah. I don't know how to make a timer though. I can't read the contents of the cargo wagon. I think. I could potentially read the stop. Can the stop read what's on the train? Because that would work. Combinators, those things scare me if I'm being fully honest with you. But I have used a bountiful amount of them. So, read train contents. All right, great. Wait, this doesn't work at all. If this reads train contents, that's fine. But it's just going to be like, is cube on? If yes, take out. Which does not work. Witchcraft? All right, I'm willing to do witchcraft. What the heck do? I should really have the cube going somewhere else. If I could tell this to be inactive, can you tell a combinator like to have inactivity as a rule? If that's the case, I should be easy. I don't even know what a arithmetic combinator does at this point. I just use deciders. Okay, there's no wait condition here. I could do something like kind of jank, right? I could create like a... Alright, hear me out. Maybe this is dumb. This is almost certainly dumb. But what if we had something like this? I guess we need bigger ones. This would only work half the time though. So if we had like this, and then one of these... They basically went like this, right? And the condition was to only pull when the other one was empty. This would theoretically work to like give us a chance for it to work, but it'd only be like 50% of the time. It's actually pretty simple. Depending on whether or not there's enough coal, one recipe or the other is selected. Just not actually clear what happens if the recipe is changed while the furnace is running. For that one up there, it just seems really difficult for the recipe selection. I don't know. The combinators is so confusing. What do we want to check? Can I check interrupts on a combinator? What signals can you put out? I can read the train's contents. Wait, actually, no, this should be easy, right? Depending on the train's contents, I can set up 2 separate combinators. Yeah, no, this is actually really easy. This is really easy. Okay. I was overthinking this by a lot. Cool. So if train is equal to 1, if cube is equal to 1, and deep core ore is equal to 0, then it outputs... We'll make it a no-no. It outputs a no-no. So therefore, we can have this connected to this. You can't reach that? That's cool. Real mature. I'm gonna put you on manual for now so I can make sure these work. So boom. Okay, actually you're... No, wait, come back. Sorry. Look, I'm sure you read it just fine because you can read that the deep core ore is 0 probably. Assuming this is reading that, if it meets these conditions, it'll put out no, and then I will apply the no to the pull instead. Right? So no to pull. It will enable disable, and this will, if it gets a no is 1, it's not putting out a no. So it'll only work if no is not equal to 1. Yes, if no is not equal to 1, you can pull. So logically, if I put this in here, you still pulled it out. Okay, you don't have power. That actually makes sense. So you're not able to put out your no. Okay, you still pulled it out again. I thought we were going to be cool about this, but for some reason you're being not so cool about it. Why would no not be 1? I guess let me put it in here for testing. Okay, you're not actually reading the train's contents. You lied to me. I see. Very rude. Is it because you're not stopped at the train stop itself? How did you get inched up again? Oh, probably because I manually drew you a little bit. Wait, nope. Hold on. Let's be smart here. Let's take the cube out really quickly. Drive remotely. BRB hot chalky refill time. Enjoy. So I'm going to go to Cube Town Population U. That's at the stop. Okay. So now you are now saying no. You have successfully stopped at the stop. Here has to be an auto at the station. It looks like the interrupt ends and that's what's happening. It's closing and no longer considered to be at the station because of this. So this should work in theory because the interrupt ends once that happens. And then that says no, do not take out. So that works in theory. It'll only remove it if there's no cargo. Is this what we want though? This is no cargo plus cube, do not remove. So in theory, yes, but in practice, no, because there's going to be times where it shows up here and might get stuck if it stays like this. How do we rectify it? Good question. We can set a more specific one, I guess. Because, I mean, okay, currently speaking, it'll prioritize dropping off the cube over anything else. So that might not ever happen, actually. This might just be fine. It might just be fine. Am I crazy to think it's fine? Holy moly, you're so quick. No, wait, I changed my mind. Go to the other one. Would you ride this train? Would this train be painful to ride? Surely not. Okay, wait. I mean, this is fine. I guess it's not technically fine. This is really not fine, actually. It's going to break everything because I left it in that cargo wagon specifically. Because now it's never going to reach 2,000. I'm going to make it 19999, I guess. Oh, it can even reach that, right? I can only reach 1900. There we go. But now it doesn't follow any rules. So I'm going to bring it back here and hopefully we can fix it. I mean, this will kind of be like a sign if it works or not, right? Alright. I quickly gave it the cube because it just bounced suddenly because it was trying to do its interrupt. So what rule are you following right now? Are you going to stop there because you need empty cargo inventory? Can you empty cargo with that? I guess that doesn't technically work if you have that. That should never happen. You shouldn't have this at this stop. Alright, so you come here. Okay, and the cube went because it obeyed the rules. Great, this should just be fine with the one combinator then. Following my current rules, it wastes a little bit of time going around. I can actually set this up way better too, right? There should just be an interrupt if we can read it to check for if that has any stuff in it. I don't know if the train can read that though. Surely it can. Yeah, no, we need to fix that. We don't want the cube there for every single deep core crystal pickup. How do we do it? So our drop off is for empty cargo. Our pickup specifically wants cargo equals to 1 and empty cargo. Oh, this should be really easy. We'll do maybe it's not so easy. It's so confusing. If we do empty cargo or empty cargo cube. I guess we can look for the cube. How do we make this work? It's so rough. Okay, so now it's just saying go here regardless of the cube. That can't be right. If it can read the circuit, which I'm hoping it can, whoops, we will look for deep core ore. And we'll say greater than 0, I guess. That's cargo, not circuit. Whoops. Circuit condition, that's better. And I should be able to set this up really easily. And that should make it so it won't sit around waiting here if there's ore to pick up still. Holy guacamole, my poor brain. So what we need to do to fix that, though, is save that interrupt. We're right next to it, thankfully, so this should be an easy one for us to set up. We need to place down a radar and then plug the radar into here. I think that's enough to kind of get us going, hopefully. I hope. Okay, maybe not. Read train contents. I was hoping that'd be sufficient for it. Read stop train, read trade count, read priority. Maybe it's just here because... Here, let me just go to manual. I'm gonna add the drop off and just see what it does, I guess. Okay, so it's taking priority on Cube Town. Is it because Cube Town is higher up, perhaps? Or is it just like how it goes? No, I guess it can't read it. How do we fix it? Got a Sprite instead. Respectable. I'll occasionally get a Sprite. I don't drink soda super often, but I'll occasionally get a Sprite when I go to like Chick-fil-A or something. Sometimes they have like the Sprites that are mixed with like raspberry and other stuff, which is kind of yummy. So why can't you read this? It specifically says cargo again. Does circuit condition look at cargo, or have I just done it dumb? Wait, did I just gunk it? No, it's circuit up there, right? Why don't you read the circuit? How do I get you to read the circuit? Surely this should be enough for you to be able to read the circuit. Oh my goodness. No, it is connected. I was gonna say it's not even connected. It is totally connected. So you are expressing that there is a bunch of deep core ore in the circuit, but I guess the train station itself can't read it. How do I get the train to read a circuit? Remember that thing I said a while ago about rail signals? It was one of those funny teehee, like, saying something early so that everything breaks. We didn't actually finish them, so we'll have to do that really quick. Again, we're not going to get fancy with them, just enough so the trains will run and not be stuck because something is across the entire universe. I should get a loading bay too, that would look quite nice. For now, we'll just do intersections and we can focus on that later on. I think trains can only read circuits while it's stopped at a stop. Interesting. That should be fine then. I just have it in a bad spot. Also nice to see you, Whip. Hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay, a few more of these. Okay, so I'm going to manually drive you. We're going to back you up. We're going to put you into reverse. And have you just chill at Cube Town Population U. Just for the moment. Did I not make enough of those? I guess I didn't make enough of them. Okay, I forgot we get deep solution. Isn't mineral water just like a thing on the map? Am I crazy? It's not. Okay, we must get it out of something. I must be thinking of a different mod. Maybe Space Age? Is it mineral water that you get on a kilo? No, there's no way. It's probably like slushy, icy, slurpy, smoothie, water. Crazy how I still never have enough of anything. We are going to need to scale this up too. This is actually really, really easy to craft. I didn't realize it was just gelatinous tar. That's something I do love about Factorio, which I feel like other games really struggle to emulate, is like what was once like this looks annoying to craft is now like that's it, you know? Like you progress through it in a very satisfying way. Oh, I forgot I was working on the deep core powder drop off. Let us make a few more rail signals and just throw them in boxes. We'll handcraft them while we're working on other stuff. We already did Lazy Bastard, so we've earned our right to be able to handcraft. Unironically, it was a lot of fun to do that challenge, though. Okay, cool. So that's the stone loading. I should probably just plug in all of the train networks since they're already pretty close, but this one's so simple it doesn't really need to. Let us check this. This is going to be our powder. What's it called? Not called powder, right? It's deep core powder. Okay. Let this be the DCP drop off. Get some powder there. Boom. So DCP drop off, and we'll have DPC pick up over here. DCP pick up. Wonderful. I just said it on the wrong one. No, I didn't. Cool. This is supposed to be cool. This is fine. Good, 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 good. So we'll just copy this for now. Why is this designed like it's dropping something off? Was I planning on unloading something here? Surely not. This must have just been something I accidentally put down. mean, it's fine. We can make a bunch of loading bays here. This is also like a really huge base loading area. I could make these a lot tighter. Probably fit another 2 or 3 just in that area, but it's fine. We have plenty of space. Expansion is not the issue here. Are you stuck in there because there's too much of the thing again? Think you're in this one? Nope. Cool. I wish there was a better way to like make sure it wouldn't get stuck in these matter replicators, but I really want the extra stuff because we use it so fast that it's kind of worth it at the same time. I don't know, it's tough. Tough being a cube mother. Alright, we finished technology seance, which is still really bizarre. I'm kind of down for it. Let's do a seance. Let's break out the Luigi board. Okay, I want to get this top up and running sooner than later, as well as this one set up. I have bots apparently working on this, but I don't know if I have roboports that reach far enough. I would be surprised if I did because they haven't started working on it yet. So let's set up more roboports if we can. That barely fits precisely where I want it. Sure, it looks good. So we'll get that working, and then we want deep core powder to unload as well. Probably better to set up loaders for these down the line, but right now this should be fine. Sweet. So that unloads 2 of the primary things. The remaining one is stone, which we seem to produce very little of compared to the other stuff, and the stone is just going to load into here. Like, there's no reason to bring it anywhere else right now. So I'll set up that too. As for exactly where it's going in, good question. Honestly, we'll just plug it in somewhere around here. That looks good enough. We'll just input priority over here, so hopefully the stone from here gets used up. Granted, this is like several layers back. This is already coming from a stone drop-off pretty far away, so it's not impossible that this won't get much priority, because I already have priority set up for the stone that's coming from the crushers up here. This being said, we can always just set up like destroying it on site too. We have the ability to turn stone into, it's not called dust, sand? Is that sand? That's gotta be sand. Stone into sand, then sand into nothing with just water. We can technically get rid of it. So it shouldn't be too bad, even if it becomes a little bit annoying later on. We can just adjust our plans. Okay, cool. So this will pick up the deep core powder, which will go through there. Right, I didn't finish working with you yet. I forgot. The cube should be coming back if nothing else. So I guess we can let it just do a loop and see if it works now. I don't know if it would though. The issue is that I can't really, you can't see if the interrupts are working while it's here. Rule-wise, the cube should come down here naturally. It should also get picked up and stay in there because of how we set up this combinator. I guess we have an extra combinator there too. Probably should have left it. I'm sure I need it for something else. I just haven't figured it out yet. Okay, you've finished offloading, so you're going to take a few seconds and you're going to drive off, which is cool. Perfect, you're working just fine. Good job, locomotive. Don't give up, skeleton. The coal is loading just fine here. We'll set up our offload, which will just be identical to this for simplicity's sake. I think that 3 wagons is probably excessive. I know I kind of alluded to that before, but it's starting to feel a little extra. Alright, that'll be good enough for on-rail signals for now. We'll certainly want to automate it eventually, but I just want to have some... If we make a loading bay, we'll need a bunch of chain signals, which we'll almost certainly do with how important trains seem to feel in here. Perhaps I'm overvaluing them, but I don't think I am. With the little I've seen from other people's Ultra Cube designs, I think that trains are going to be very helpful, whether or not the cube's on them. Oh my gosh, you could see all the bots on CubeCam flying past. Trying to set up the stop for me. Sweet. So we'll help. We'll put down some of the things. Bots will do everything else. I don't remember exactly why we wanted the powder here, other than to put it on here to improve our fuel. Now, this does have the caveat where, technically speaking, things could break here. Also, I need to make sure that this loads a little differently now, too. Because we're going to be putting this on the sulfur belt, which is then used to mix with calcium to make vehicle fuel, which we don't want to gunk up. So we'll set it so that only sulfur can get through. Then we can reuse this belt, which is nice because the belt literally only goes there from what I can tell. Surprised how little sulfur is used, to be honest. Again, I'm going to just consolidate these into a single belt for now. We can always change it later. I am absolutely not what is a good way to put it? I'm not proficient in balancers, and I don't believe they're actually real. I am a non-believer that they function. Like, I know they function, but they're just so hard to figure out. I did a 2 to 3 or 3 to 2 once, and it was just so hard. Well, maybe the ignorance is a sin. It's impossible to know everything. So true. Okay, so the cube is currently getting fuel. Right, I wanted to set that up too. Change recipe. So is that done via combinator? Is it a specific type of combinator? Sorting operations. Would that be what we would want? Select input. Oh gosh, what does this mean? Count inputs. Outputs the number of distinct input signals. Random input. Stack size. Outputs the stack size of input signals. I have no idea what that could possibly mean. I assume this is not the one I want. Balancers are employed by big splitter to sell more splitters. Oh my god, you're so right. Holy guacamole, you're so correct about that. What was I gonna do? Right, I was gonna do combinators. Surely we can suss this out. Let's just have a little combinator powwow. We love combinators here. They don't scare us at all. So what does this do? This is an arithmetic combinator. So how is this different than another one? Oh my god, it's math. Why would we need math? This is a factory game, not a math game. That's mostly ironic for the record, but I also really don't understand the use case of a math currently. It's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, ever so slightly. Okay, so we know how you work. Decider combinator is like our best friend. So if we output, copy the count of the specific, what the heck does that mean? Copy the count of specific output signal from the input signals. Copy the count of the specific output signal from the input signals. I have no idea what that could possibly mean, to be honest. Setting this as a constant doesn't change your recipe though, does it? Can add description to math? No way. Why are you in here still? Because we wouldn't. We've no wood. May need to expand this outwards. Thankfully we can fit a few more. It's a little tight on space otherwise. He said measure station quantities doing 255 times 1 minus current research to, oh gosh, resources divided by total resources to set the priority of the station based on how many resources have. That is a lot to take in, to be honest with you. Seems smart though. But how do I output? So if I output like a recipe, does the machine take that recipe? Can you just like do that? Is it that simple? There's no way it's that simple. Yeah, because you can't connect it to wire. Maybe it's in the Factoriopedia or the tips and tricks. Recipe. Cube efficiency. Alright, not quite. Circuit. The network can vary integer values of -2 to the 31st, which is 2.1 million. That's a classic number right there. What? The scenario level caused a non-recoverable error. This is really foreboding for our circuits, to be honest. UltraCube disallows wire connection for big machines by default. I think I broke it. Okay, well we can just set up 2 of them, I guess. The issue with that, and the reason why I'm a little bit hesitant, is because we need a lot more wood. We don't have another wood recipe either, it's just wood. Alrighty, well I think we probably want to move our wood farms then. And set up a lot more of them. I mean, I guess it won't be that necessary to have a ton of extra. I guess if we're moving enough coal, it'll be fine. Maybe once everything's running, it'll be a little bit more palatable, I guess would be the word. What's not running right now? Let's start there. So you physically can't offload, so it makes sense that you're not doing anything. You're stuck in the cube zone, I forgot. But we need so much gelatinous tar. Alright, go around. You're not doing anything here. Maybe we'll just have enough coal. What is nice because you can grow anywhere. Only water is input, no QV. It's true. It's very true. And it takes up a lot of space, but again, space is not a concern. I'm thinking about just putting it up here and then belting down the wood. Perhaps moving our setup to just be focused more on this corner over here as well. Maybe. We also might just leave it down here and just belt the wood around. But I think we're going to need a lot more of them. Also, I want to work on power. I keep bouncing between projects. There's so much to do. So let me actually make... How do you make a pin? There's a way to do that, right? Not like that. There we go. So I'm going to make notes here and actually use them for once. Wood. No, wood is just too boring for it. Need more wood? That's also boring. I need more wood. No. Mother Earth, please bless us with a bountiful harvest this fall. Thank you. Love you. That's good. I think that's gonna help us remember what's going on over there. In addition, we need to do this. Do we have any other better uranium? Looks like that's our best bet, probably. Yeah, it's our best bet. Wood expansion project, not horny. That one's pretty good. I do like that one. The not horny really sells it. Alright, so we're going to make this uranium. I'm really drawing a blank, and just calling it uranium's kind of funny to me. You could tell where my brain's at. I didn't sleep enough last night. Circuit network values are stored as assigned 32-bit variables. You have a range of plus or minus 2 billion. Honestly, I just think about RuneScape from like 5 ever ago. I gotta think of something more than just uranium. I can't cop out. I can't be like uraniumer. I hardly know her. Like, what the heck is uraniumer? Uranium, I forgot. Because it's uranium. That one's pretty bad. We might need to revisit that one. Alright, so that's a project. Wow, that's huge on the map. Mother Earth, please bless us with bountiful harvest this fall. Thank you, love you. How long can I make these? AKA the wood expansion project, parentheses, not horny, end parentheses. Sweet, that looks good. That's not obtrusive literally at all. I like it a lot. Great. So I want to work on that. I want to work on the uranium I forgot, and then apparently it's not enough boxes over there. Right, I forgot that we have the way to restore it now. Oh, ectoplasm's so spooky. Alright, hold on. We need to like lock in. That actually shows up over our map. That's incredible. For our cube cam. That's certainly not distracting at all. I mean, I guess we can make it so it's not always shown. Oh, it's weird. Sometimes it shows up over cube cam and other times it doesn't. Presumably when there's an arrow. Alright, I want to go look at our trains. I feel like something's broken still, but I don't know what is broken still. That's starting to load. Oh, we never set up a train to do the deep core ore. Let's do that first. I think that's like a good point. I think getting better power is basically a necessity right now because we're spending so much time getting power and it's wasting a pretty solid chunk of resources. Granted, I don't know how much uranium is going to take to get going. Cube is judging us over the paucity? Is that the word? I've never seen that word in my life. I imagine it's like scarcity. Which is already a word I don't often use. I go, they're not much wood. I need wood. Give more wood, please. Thank you. Keep it really simple to the point. Then people understand that I want wood. Heck. Looks like I'm gonna have to go over this here. Extra time, which is a little bit wasteful. I cannot see. I was like, what are the bots doing? They're just giving me cool stuff because they're cool like that. Alright, so deep core ore is being crushed, becoming 3 things. Those 3 things now have outputs. So now we should have the cube deep coring more often, hopefully. What is your rule? Okay, so you're gonna waste time now. I mean, it should be fine in theory once we have it running. It's not running right now, though. I think it's really fixing that one. Wait, why did the cube not come down? Wasn't it supposed to come down? I must have missed it. Come here, little bot. I assume you're mine. Nope, you're not mine. I think it's one of those words I learned from Latin class, the Latin podicus. Pocitas. I don't think I learned that in Latin class, interestingly enough. I did take Latin for 3 years. I think it was 3 years. Oh gosh, it had to have been 3 years. It was fun taking Latin though. It was like my school required us to take a language, and it was Latin, French, or Spanish. And I was like, heck it, Latin seems kind of cool, and it was kind of cool. It was a really good decision. So currently, you're not doing what I want you to do. You are doing what I want you to do? Why is it? Shouldn't there be an arrow right here? Why do I not see the arrow? It says set output side, and it's checked off. Oh my god, I don't have alt on. That's so embarrassing. Oof. Didn't even know I turned it off. Yikes, that's going to be a tough one to recover from. Alright, so you go, I must return to the train network, which is like the live stream, but very different. The train goes, yum 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 cube, I love cube, num 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 num. And hopefully that results in you not immediately offloading it again. I fixed you, you're supposed to work now. Why doth you no work? Does this take a second to get the rule and send it across? Is that what it is? Because it'll get the cube, but it just spits it out instantly. Strange. What do I do? Like, it should work. It's checking for the cube. I wish I could add like a wait. It does take a tick to get the rule. I wonder if a long-handed inserter would work. Although I don't think you can wire up long-handed inserters, right? Or set filters on them. mean, the filter shouldn't actually matter here. What do I do? I didn't think this would be the complex part. Temporary rotate the inserts to make sure the circuit conditions are working. I believe they are working. Oh, it broke. Wait, no. It did break. Because I set this up poorly, and now this is plugged in to read a lot more than it was reading before. Deep core ore is many. I think I need that, right? No, do I not? Can I just disconnect this? Yeah. Oh, right. I was setting that up initially because I was going to set up a condition to, like, send it out based on if there was core available, but I think that's dumb. Now what do you do? Have you been fixed? Eh? Waiting for train? Oh, you've moved because you met your condition. Oh my gosh, these are so annoying. I don't think I can use a interrupt here. Maybe. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it should be fine. It leaves the station as soon as it meets its condition, but it loses the cube at the same time. Okay, you are such a stinker. Stop. Come back, cube. I think at least? I don't know why. I guess it left because it met it satisfactorily, but then didn't go to another place yet. Yeah, it's just because I'm using interrupts for literally everything. Let's move you behind me for now. Okay. So, what do I do here? There's got to be a smarter way to do it. Currently, the condition is if there's no ore and there's a cube, do not work. I could set it simply so there's no ore, but that doesn't quite satisfy it. Actually, no, that would actually work fine for what I want right now. Right? Because it should come here immediately to drop off the cube. I guess it could technically break, but then the cube's just going to take a joyride for a little bit. So if this goes here, you've now met your condition, and you have a cube. But you're not going anywhere. Why not? Because your condition was to look at the circuit. I could use different colored wire maybe instead. Yeah, actually that should be fine. Using a red wire here to put down... Where's the radar? There it is. Radar, and then red wire to here to here. Here. Now you're still reading 0. But now you should be able to read that there's a bunch of that stuff to go, right? Maybe? Oh wait, no. If you're touching the circuit at all, you break. Because of that rule. No, you should be fine. Right? No. Yes? No. Yeah, you should be fine. Why aren't you doing this? Cargo equals 1 and then empty cargo inventory? Because your cargo inventory is not empty. Duh. Alright, never mind. I was getting a little wacky there, I'll admit it. I kind of forgot that cargo is cargo. Okay, so if cube is 1 and cargo equals to 0, then it'll go there. Or if it has an empty cargo inventory, which is also wrong. This one was set up really badly. I don't know what happened. Right, if cube is equal to 0, and there's stuff in the circuit network, you'll go there. So we'll do an OR there, and now you should work. I hope. Aw, man, these are so confusing. Great. So you're going, I have a cube, and there's cargo? You want over 2,000. Great. No, this is good. I saw the 2,000. I was like, how do you have 2,000 already? The cube will only be pulled out here if there's not a lot in here, there's plenty in here right now. We're sitting at a whopping 1.5 thousand. I think the roll is under 500. Yes, it is. Great. Honestly, I should probably have that roll under 2,000 instead because I feel like it can break. Now, you're full on stuff. So I need to fix your condition because I set it to 1,900 for the drop off, right? Just to like fix it. Okay, your drop off doesn't have a condition at all. Wait, no, your priority should be cube. Right, so now your cube is equal to 1. And your deep core crystal is greater than or equal to 2,000. Oh my god, those are crystal instead of ore. I am losing my mind right now. No wonder everything's breaking. I just didn't do it right. So now, if I send you to here, you're going to go, I don't have a cube, but I've stopped at the station, and this is like, oh, I can use a cube right now. It sounds pretty good to me. Let's go ahead and vibe with that. This mines a bunch of it. Now it has a crazy amount, and the cube's like, all right, I'm out. See you later. We're good. Then you go, all right, I got to drop off the cube. Priority number 1, cube's got to go. You arrive here. Cube gets taken. You're like, great, cube's gone. I'm out. You are going to take a long loop because I haven't set up like having you return quicker. So it's a little bit of a waste of time. All right, maybe I need to set up a few more of those so that they don't stop if someone's slightly in the way. Admittedly, I did not set up plenty of them. And I should have before. Yeah, I get it. I should have put down more rail signals so they can keep traveling while the other ones are traveling. I was lazy. This will also help prevent any collisions if things go funky. Where did you go? There you are. So now you go. All right, time to drop off. You will stay here until your cargo inventory is empty. Once your cargo inventory is empty, you'll check for 2 things. Cube gone. Think about cube. Oh, so true. Classic. Cargo inventory go empty. And when it goes empty, it's going to see I don't have a cube. You're going to stop. That doesn't feel right to me. You're supposed to go pick up. Your condition for this is I have no ore and I have a cube. Oh. But that's looking at the circuit. Why aren't you reading the circuit? Ah, because that one's not connected, so you came over here. I need a separate radar over there, I think. Because you'll read it once you're here, but you haven't satisfied your particular condition there. So now, if I set that up like this, and then I'm going to send you back to the drop-off for now. I'm going to go manually put down a radar. You should, in theory, go... Oh yeah, there's a bunch of stuff there. And then you should go there. I hope. I'm guessing you're reading that. It's at the bottom of the list. I'm hoping that interrupts take priority based on like where they are. But being that you're at the bottom of the list there, I'm hoping you're going to go and then check the other condition and go, oh, you know what? I can totally go pick up some more stuff. And then you'll just keep repeating that until it's empty. And then you'll go to the lower interrupt. Assuming interrupts have priority like that. Didn't work. Everything is awful. Why don't you go to this interrupt instead? Okay, what are your rules for it, I guess? Are you just going to an interrupt because... Oh, wait. What if I make that allow interrupting other interrupts? No, that'll probably break. I mean, it's not working anyways. Clearly something's wrong here. The rules I have are if there's a cube and no deep core ore, it goes to pick up deep core ore. I also have if there's no cube and... there is core in the circuit, we're good to go. You're not reading that circuit anymore, are you? No, you should be, right? I'm gonna just put one of these down so I can read exactly what's going through here. Do a little troubleshooting. I really did not think that trains were going to be so, muy difficile for me. Trying to figure out a good spot to put cube cam for now. Because I'm doing a lot of train stuff, so I don't really want it to be in the way. Alright, so if I give you power... You're not getting any signal at all? Is it because it's green? Is that the issue? Is you need to be a green wire instead? Oh, but a green wire doesn't really work for me, thinking about it. Can we make you red over there? That makes sense, because green only goes with green. I was thinking that this would be, like, exempt from the rule of colors. So now that you're a red wire instead... Now you're getting the signal. Okay, it has to be a red wire at the original one. Gosh, that makes a lot of sense. Did not really click for me, but it makes a lot of sense. So, if I do... Once more the drop-off. I also appreciate the hydrate redeem. I'll absolutely drink to that. You say hydrate as well, Wise Wolf. My brain completely just, like, glazed through that one. Definitely a good day to stay hydrated again. It's going to be kind of scorching here this week. When did the other stop it was at? Uh-oh. Hold on. These should all have... Did I connect it to the wrong one over here? Aw, heck. Alright, I set it on manual before anything could happen. No, this should be fine, right? Oh my god, you're going to go around the hoop again. You don't have to do that. Can you... No, you can't drive these in reverse, right? Oh, you can back them up. I just saw the other train, so surely we won't have a really funny and epic train collision. Cool. So you're gonna go here. And now you're looking at the pickup because there's a bunch of it available. Alright, that seems like it works. Great. Keeping Miko alive in the Pacific empty. Honestly, two of the better things you could do with the planet right now. It has no cube. Ah, we need to add a separate condition. Oh, no. We can potentially leave the cube here with these conditions, thinking about it now. I really wanted to always check for the cube to leave here, but there is a situation like now where I want to transport stuff and it's not really gonna work out. I'm just gonna make the same rule twice. It doesn't really matter. Kind of does matter though. I can make a wait for this one and maybe that'll fix it. So if I do item count twice, then we can do the cube at 0. We'll do an ore, and then we'll do cargo. I don't know why I typed cargo in. Yeah, circuits are not something my brain really does. And then I'm going to do 30 seconds of inactivity. This will waste a little bit of time, but I think... What happened? Okay, that's fine. I think I broke it. No. I'm doing it wrong? That's fine there. I think I just closed it accidentally. That's fine. So the target there will be item count, cube. We'll do ore equal to 0. And then we'll do a deep core ore like we were doing before. We'll make that set to greater than or equal to 2000. Doesn't really matter that number too much. And then we'll add a wait condition for inactivity. And we'll just make it 20 seconds. Hopefully that'll prevent it from getting gunked though. Save interrupt. So it sees there's a bunch to pick up here, so it's going to go pick up because there's more than 2,000 to pick up currently. It goes num 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 num. Thank you so much, Mausoleum, for your bountiful gift of deep core ore. Delicious. Now, what was the condition for the cube coming down here? I think we need to fix that, but I think everything else is looking good for potentially automating this section. So this is currently going, if there is greater than 500, do not come down. If there's less than 5,000, do come down. We're going to bring that to 2,000 instead. It seems a lot more logical. And now we want these conditions to be opposites from what we thought. Because if this number falls too low, we want it to go down this way. Then it'll go down. Hopefully it'll get picked up. In theory, the train should just like... Aw, heck. Did I put that in the wrong thing? I did. Wait, no, that should be fine. Oh, it's just because it's updated now. If I do temporary pickup... Cool, there we go. It's just because it wasn't updated because I already had one in. Interrupts are so confusing. Great. So now this should go. Cool. I don't have the cube. I'm going to wait 20 seconds just to make sure I haven't left the cube on the swing or something. You know, the cube isn't just having fun. Look around, no cube, everything looks good. Great. Let's get out of here. Let's take home the deep core ore. It'll go, I have stuff to drop off, so let's go to the deep core ore drop off location. It will drop off the deep core ore into that spot, which will then be processed. Everything relevant will go into its requisite storages and trains. And then after that's completed, you will do a check. You will go, is there enough to fill a wagon in there? Yes, no. If the answer is no, it goes, great, let's go wait for the cube because the cube is coming down pretty soon. If the answer is yes, it will go and pick up more. I think now I'm going to get rid of the cube return line. And keep it so that... the cube should load in this one specifically, so we're going to have it so it only loads over here. We're going to get rid of the extra stuff for now. Maybe I'll have a different stop for like each stop the cube goes for. I've noticed you're going to temporary DCO pickup. Why are you doing this? Was there really more than 2,000 to grab? There's absolutely not, so I messed up something. Literally all you're looking at right now is no wait, that is the pickup, right? Wait, what? You're temporarily here because of this one. Right. So the conditions are that's 0. So there's no actual condition here to check if there's a reason to go here. There actually is. It's the circuit condition. We have it just set poorly. So we need that to be over 2,000. We'll make that greater than or equal to 2,000. Great. So if it has the cube and it has no cargo, it'll swing by here instantly. If it does not have the cube and the circuit is stating less than 2,000, which means I have it backwards. No. Yeah, no, that's fine. Then it'll go here. So... great. I think. I hope. I hope. I hate this so much. We're gonna have to do this with a bunch of things too. I guess learning it now is like making it a lot simpler going forward to make sure that it works. I don't hate it that much. I'm being a little bit dramatic, which I know is very much unlike me. But look, I'm not a dramatic person or anything like that. I've noticed that it's sitting in the gelatinous tar. We just need so much of it, unfortunately. Hopefully this will rectify our required amount of gelatinous tar in this recipe specifically for fuel. This being said, this recipe also might just get completely replaced, excuse me. Cool. So now you're here because you're like, I don't have a cube and I need a cube. I get that. Like, I understand the desire to have a cube. Now you're processing, you go here. I don't think I actually set down the locomotive to transfer this yet. So let's set that up. We'll set up the rules for that. And hopefully we have at least a little bit of this automation going. Feels like every single step of this mod pack is discovering a new planet in the base game. Maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic, but it's certainly not easy for me. Great, so this is going to fill up. We're going to set the rules for this one. Going to say we want you to go to DCP pickup and then DCP drop off, and then condition will be full cargo or inactivity of, we'll set it to 60 seconds. I guess 30. I don't want it to be that long. Just for now. And then empty cargoes specifically, or we'll do an activity of 30 seconds again. We'll just keep it simple. It's not efficient, but it's good enough. With DCV pickup, now it's here. It's filling up its cargo inventory, and then it'll look to drop off a bunch of it. Let's rename this one too now. Stone drop off. I wasn't renaming them at first, but my sanity is going to need this down the line, I think, so we may as well start renaming them now. Cool. Apparently we were doing science that entire time and got haunted energy cell. Which I don't even want to begin to unpack what the heck that means. We do need explosives for our science pack, and that means we can get cliff explosives and explosive smelting, which is an inefficient, but high volume way to smelt rare metals. It certainly uses a crazy amount of raw earth metals, but again, it's very, very quick to do it. It's high volume. So there's certainly potential value in it. Whether or not I do it is a whole different beast. So I think the first thing I want to do is improve the wood. In theory, we should be able to swap this recipe now too over to the deeply condensed one, because we're going to have the powder going on there pretty soon. And that produces way more. Now, the downside of this one is it takes 200 powder, and that's going to take a while to load. Thankfully, we'll be able to produce a good chunk of it in the meantime. Yeah, I'm actually so intimidated by like the fact that everything's getting all spooky and euphoric at the same time somehow. It's an interesting mix for sure. Let's get greenhouses. Let's move our greenhouses and get that updated. I think I'm going to just handcraft them. Oops, you are slightly off of where the power needs to be, or maybe you've never been connected ever. That was the one. I hate how long it's staying in the gelatinous area now. We have one less hand loading it, but man, it shows. I guess I could change the recipe over to the coal one now that we have some coal buffered. How much coal is buffered over there? Pretty solid amount. I switched to the enhanced one. It's gonna do more. Hopefully that'll save it a little bit of headache down the line. We definitely need more wood. God, it's been so much time there. I really didn't think the tower was going to be a headache, but it really is. Hopefully the coal helps. Hopefully. Maybe it won't, though. We'll have to see. I really wish there's a better way to get wood. I'm surprised there's not. There's got to be something I can do, though. I'm gonna change these inactivities just to save some time. We're not using much coal now. Oh, that looks really satisfying on belts. Cool. So that's the deep core powder, populating that. And again, this recipe puts out 40k, so it's certainly worth the 800 wood. We just need to have way more of it. If we have a mausoleum that's like filling, it'll be a lot easier to satisfy the conditions we want. You really want another batch of it? You wood fiend? Damn it, why do we use tar so quickly? I mean, it's using like literally everything, so I shouldn't be that surprised, but still. Alright, let's go make those. I'm idling way too much and thinking about it too much. Oh, we need wood for it. We'll fight the cube for wood, sure. What's your condition for releasing it? It's 22k? You're never gonna release it. Alright, we need to make more wood. I know that's like not a surprise and I keep saying that, but like... gelatinous tar is a heck of a drug. Let's do one more, and then I'm gonna just free the cube manually. Like, it goes up a really significant amount. It goes up like 4,000 now each time, which makes sense since there's 10 tanks. We just use it so quick. Alright, so Mother Earth, please bless us with the bountiful harvest this fall. Love you, aka the Wood Expansion Project, not horny. Trademark, rights reserved, copyright. Is now going to be in progress. We are going to need some wood, but I think we can probably request wood, and we probably have a bunch of it just in boxes. So it's probably better than nabbing it from that over there. So let's ask for 200 wood. We'll just chill and have the boss do it to us. Everything else looks pretty good. We're going to run out of matter units. Oh, good, you're doing the thing. We can kind of watch the cube, hopefully successfully for the first time without any intervention, go through the cycle on the train. Really wish we had faster belts. So they should make it so whenever your cube is on a belt, it's dramatically quicker. Cool. So you're going around now. You arrive at the destination. We go, we need more stuff. You go off. You go into the deep core mining over here. You know what? Let's make you full screen for a little bit. So now the drill is like num 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 num. It's producing a bunch of stuff here. The cube gets repaired. It gets put on here. This goes, well, that was plenty. We don't need any more now. Waits to get loaded up. Then it leaves. Maybe I can have it run twice, but one is probably fine. It means the cube is here for less time, which I think is a big win. The fact that you're stopping here is troubling. All right, great. You're not stopping there. You start raking really early. Then it goes, I need to get rid of the cube. The cube immediately gets offloaded, and then it goes, I need to unload my stuff. Perfect. Great. So now we have, it's not the most efficient in the world, but it works. And then again, the important thing is make it first, make it work good later. So it works. We've learned a lot about the conditions we need to make that work going forward, which is good. Oh, I appreciate the sub, Q. Nice to see you. What it do, Pumpkaboo? So true. How you doing today? It's nice to see ya. I know you've been busy lately. It's wild, but it works. See, it's true. It works if nothing else. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Put it over here because we're done messing with trains. I was going to say done messing with cubes, but we're never truly done messing with cubes. Let's start crafting some more greenhouses. So it looks like a bunch of these will help. Need a bunch of glass as well. Mainly just a bunch of these, which we don't have much of right now. Who's up manufacturing their cube right now? True that. So true, Soup Jump. Crazy how right you can be about them. PR to 305 bench press yesterday and aggravated my right side's been messed up for like 2 weeks. See, I understand your desire to do these things. Don't think I'm criticizing you. But I would like to once more say you should be careful and not hurt yourself because it's probably not worth it. It's hot and I'm at work for 3 hours or 3 more hours. Hopefully those 3 more hours are quick, but also take care. I want to be a strong, supple boy. Sometimes I forget you use words like supple and then just read it and go, what did I just say? Good luck, Godspeed. I believe in you. Do your best. Rah rah, fight, fight. We only have 6 more greenhouses. Probably want to do another 10. Right? How many is here? 12? Looks like 12. We'll double it. You can either have 1 greenhouse or you can double it and give it to the next person. Do you take the greenhouse or do you pass it along? That's really where my brain's at right now. Fried by the cube. Oh, we have a bunch of it here. Still cool. Let's just grab it manually. There's worse words you can get jump scared by. Succulent in almost any context. Honestly, maybe it's just the words that start with like the SU that really lead themselves to be strong jump scare contenders. You might be onto something here. Okay, but what about a succulent Chinese meal, hypothetically? Or like the type of flower that's a succulent. Okay, so 4 more of those puts us at 9. Oh no. Q's getting more fed with words. Alright, 5 more, 6 more. Wait, no, I'm making 4 there. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gives us 14, which is more than we had before. We'll just reduce the other 2, and then let's set up a new area for this. Because this is a little tight on space. I could just bend it here, but I'd rather just pick a new area, I think. These are large, but they don't actually, like, take up that much. Like, they just need 1 belt of output. So we're going to call for that to be destroyed, and we're going to start doing them up here. So we have plenty of space for our greenhouse utopia. We will have no wood right now, which is not where you generally want to be. I'm sort of like a thesaurus, but low-key malicious. There's no way that that is not, like, lyrics from a song. Because that is incredibly... Is bars the right term for it? I feel like you're spitting something there. Let's move this radar out of the way. Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of places to store here. Actually, I kind of want to change this design, thinking about it. Let's cut out half of these and put them adjacent so we can have 2 lines. That's going to be a lot smarter for loading. Although then again, if we're running like a mausoleum, it shouldn't matter as much. In this case, it'll be a solemn receptacle. Ooh, a loader would go crazy here too, but loaders are so expensive. I can't afford a loader in this economy. Unironically, though, we can't make any loaders. Jokes aside, a loader would be cool, but it's not going to happen right now. Once we get Spectralite and stuff set up, we can look at a lot more of them. I'm not really concerned about the power draw of loaders as much as every other part of them. Okay, so those are now... Somehow we lost one here. Cool, so they're connected. Did I actually make it so that the water connects? Looks like no on this one. Oh no, I did. The water should go through all of them as long as water plugs in somewhere. Let's find our closest water pipe, wouldn't you know it? Right where we need it to be. Like it was meant to be. Almost perfect, but not quite. Sweet, so once we give this power, this should kick on and we should be pretty good to go. It should at least improve, if nothing else, our production of water. I mean, not water. It's consuming more water. Our production of wood, not water. First time speaking, for sure. Okay, cool. So that should plug in a little bit. Apparently, we've done 1 million basic matter units at 24 hours. Holy cow. 1 million? That doesn't feel right. Surely it's a bug. I still need a lot more. We're almost done handcrafting these, thankfully, and I can move away from here. Once that power pole lands, these should all kick on. We should get dramatically more wood than we were getting before, about twice as much wood. I mean, what was our production? I think each one makes 1 wood per second or whatever, so we were getting what? 8 wood per second, 240 wood per minute, is that right? No. Yeah, no? No, 480. Math is not my strong suit today, right? Let's not talk about it. Over 10 minutes, let's scroll down, look at wood. 1,500. Is it not 1 per second? So each one of these makes 60 per minute. Oh no, we had way more than I thought. I was thinking we had 8 for some reason. Never mind. And even that was like messed up. Cool. Either way, we're making Mondo wood now, except for you, because you don't have a recipe, but now you have a recipe, so you're making wood. Now we output wood. Wood gets stored here. We make a lot more of it. It's a lot more freed up on space, which means we can disconnect this and we can load coal more efficiently as well, and probably set up a mausoleum equivalent down here as well. Coal already has kind of a big storage area. So much wood. Frankly, irresponsible amounts of wood today. Cool. So now it should be easy enough to slam down. I guess I'll do a mausoleum. And we'll put the coal in the mausoleum. Gosh, my inventory is such a mess still. It's almost done. I mean, my inventory is still going to be a mess, admittedly. Oh, good. It's doing the new recipe over there now. I mean, I say, oh, good, like it's working. It looks like it's working, at least. I think it's more efficient on the consumption of that unstable fluids, which is really what I was looking for in the meantime. I'm hoping that we're going to be able to circumvent it all together with the advent of nuclear, but we might still have to interface with it. So having it be better now is good, at least. Great. Now we have fancy tar. We have run out here of our fluid, but it should be coming down here next. I have a fun story. Sunday, my POS stepdad called my ex Lacey, I guess wanting to know stuff about me. Oh my gosh, she called the cops. That does not seem fun. Start to finish, like, none of this seems fun. That sounds very unpleasant. Sorry that you're dealing with that kind of stuff. Can I load this quicker somehow? I can totally load this much quicker. Wait a minute. Maybe we're saved. Alright, so you output 160. Each one of these boxes can hold 200, right? So 3 activations basically fills up the boxes, so it should be much faster. He's a brain genius compared to, like, what other kind of genius? Like, I'm down for being a brain genius. I just, like... the world needs to know. Cool, we finished explosivos. Maybe there's, like, a heart genius, you know? There's, like, a true empath or something. What do I go for? I guess we'll get the science cards in the meantime. Alternatively, bot speed is good. We're slowly eking over to getting those science cards done. May as well keep them up now. Oh, power armor, which is cool. Bigger grid. Okay, so allows sending and receiving of circuit signals with no limitations on distance. Even works with different planets or surfaces. Please tell me there's not another planet in Ultra Cube. I assume the value is the distance. To be honest, I thought that radars were global, but perhaps radars only have a certain range. Oh, look at this. This is going so much better already. There's so much in here that it can load so quickly. It offloads. The wood is a little bit behind, admittedly, still. But it's not that much behind. This is a lot better than it was before. This is good. I think this is a nice improvement. Yeah, I think they're global. Why do I have that then? Is there another planet? Is there a cube planet? Please tell me there's not a cube planet. What if this was the square planet and the cube planet's 6 times as hard? Can you messing with Automod again? You better be careful. I didn't get to a cube planet, but I didn't finish it yet. Oh no. Surely there's no cube planet. I'm being a little bit silly joking about the concept of a cube planet. There's no way they would have a cube planet, right? I want to switch this over to a bigger storage. I'm going to do that really quickly. And do another mausoleum that we can fit here. Cannot insert mausoleum. One of the most fascinating sentences you can possibly see in Factorio is cannot insert mausoleum, inventory is full. Alright, quickly, let's just swap this over here. We only have 2 lines of wood, technically, so this isn't like the most efficient. But it'll let us store more in the meantime, and more importantly, unload more when the time comes to actually use it. So I think it's worth it to set this up. Is there a pyramid mod for this game? There's a Pyanodons mod for this game, which is kind of like a pyramid. Probably takes about as much effort as it took to make the Great Pyramids. Okay, so we finished Mother Earth. Please bless us with bountiful harvest. We could technically scale it up once more, and I'm considering doing that for a 3rd unique lane of wood. Though currently it's looking pretty good. I should probably set up a splitter here so that any excess can go help feed the other lane. Cool, so now it's like we have so much gelatinous tar. We're practically oozing gelatinous tar right now, which does seem like a real problem. Sweet, cool. So that'll hopefully feed better. The gelatinous tar problem should be fixed. Now, we are contingent on not running out of coal. So let's go check on the coal train. How are you doing, coal train? In regards to coal, we have no coal. You don't have any deep core ore because you haven't been down for deep core ore trip in a while. Honestly, that's fair. You're coming down for one right now. Sounds unhealthy. It does seem unhealthy. Of all the things to ooze, you probably... I mean, okay, let's be realistic here. If you're oozing anything, it's probably going to be like gelatinous in nature. I don't know that much about oozing conceptually, but I want to say that, like, in theory, if you're oozing something, it's probably gelatinous. This being said, I wouldn't recommend oozing things randomly. May want to see a doctor. Maybe not too, though. Don't let me be judgmental to your lifestyle, but also let me be a little bit judgmental if it's meant to make your lifestyle a little healthier. All right, cool. Oh my gosh, the cube is on a trip. So it successfully ran this. This outputs a total of 5,000, I think, per activation. I guess it's 5,500, so I think it's maybe 5,500. Well, no, there's 2,000 on there, so it's 4,700. This is some of the belt, so it's a little bit above that. Either way, it's almost 5,000 in total per operation, and then it drops off the cube, and then the train makes a loop, comes back around. Ideally, we'll set it up so the train can just loop sooner after dropping it off. So let's change that now, too. I don't have a great way to do it. No, I do, actually. I mean, great is a strong way to put it, but I have a way to do it, which is something. It'll get done. I hate intersecting rails like this. I don't know why. It's just one of the things that gets me a little squeamish. I guess because I can just, like, mentally see the trains impacting. And I don't want them to do that, because that would mean I was cringe and messed up. They should cut out a lot of travel time, though. As long as the walls don't ooze green slime, we don't want the hash slinging slash running around. Wow. Crazy reference. It's funny, when I saw you type in ooze green slime, I immediately thought of it, and I was like, does that make me really old? Is SpongeBob still a thing? I guess that's probably a better question. Surely SpongeBob is still a thing. No, it's definitely a thing. There was a SpongeBob movie that came out recently. My mom took my niece to go see it, and not me. And not that I was jealous or anything, but it was notable because, like, I could have potentially gone if things were planned a little differently. First 3 seasons are still timeless. Have to think SpongeBob will be a thing for a long time. I respect that. These are good takes. I mean, I have a fond memory of SpongeBob, if nothing else. Alright, so, man, our factory is looking kind of insane right now. I know it's growing outwards, but, like, it's so disorganized. I never ended up making those other drills. I guess we'll set up those drills now so it stops flashing and being mad at us while we're just standing here thinking. Okay, so you're processing, you're picking up the requisite things, you're bringing them where they need to go. You now have a pass through here where you can come down here and then immediately loop back through to save yourself a little bit of headache. And we set up the rail signal, so hopefully nothing will impact here as well. You process, you output everything. Goes through the sorter, goes into the boxes, which are currently unnecessary, but it's probably nice to have them anyways. You can get an extra load on these. We should probably set up. That was a load-bearing power pole alert, apparently. Certified whoopsie moment. It seems like being able to load 3 times. For these are important, at least. Less so for the stone, probably better for the coal, but whatever, it's fine. New Factorio any setting speedrun just got set? Oh, that's interesting. A new world record. 3 hours, 22 minutes, 25 seconds to finish Space Age. Yeah, if you had like 130 hours onto it, I can probably do it. Crazy. Alright, great. So this is looking good here. Stone's going. That's all automated. We fixed the wood. Next was the uranium I forgot, which I still think is a fairly weak tag for a thing. Like, I identified that it wasn't as good as it could have been. But, look, not every... The thing is about, like, good jokes and stuff. Like, not every joke can be good. You need to accept that sometimes you're going to just release something that's a little bit less impressive into the world. No, that just is what it is. Sometimes they can't all be winners, because if they're all winners, then no one's a winner, right? If everybody's super, no one's super. The thing is, you forgot. I did forget. So I want to set this up. Obviously, we need to mine sulfuric acid, but also it's mined by Resplendent Mining Drill, which is probably why I didn't do it sooner, which takes resplendent plates. Resplendent plates are made by... What am I stuck on? Pipes. Resplendent plates are made by... rare earth metals, glass, sophisticated matter units, and that deep core powder. Currently, all of our deep core powder is just going straight over to here for storage and for being used in fuel. This will fill up eventually. Like, this is already like almost filled up entirely. I'm not concerned about it too much, but we should make sure to take enough to actually focus on other things as well. Back to work now. Thank you for the stream. Take care at work. Good luck. Hopefully the rest of your day goes well. Literally everything I do is better than the last thing I've done. That's crazy. I've never missed. That's like, oof. That's a lot of pressure. I think I would crack under it, to be honest. So this stuff is really easy to set up. But again, we're going to be using our... Oh, it uses gelatinous tar. I thought it actually used the processed one, the fluid. So that's even more of why we need to up our gelatinous tar. This currently makes 1 per second. He says we're making 2 of those per second at a maximum. I'm willing to bet that that is not a satisfactory amount for the plates we want to make, which are... Have we researched the plates? We must have researched the plates. So where are the plates? I don't see them. Oh, they're schmelted. Wow, it's 4 different items in a furnace? I didn't know that was allowed. I thought you could only have like 1. Weird. All right, so it is 1 sophisticated matter unit to 2 resplendent plates. I really don't know how many resplendent plates we're going to need right now, but thankfully our sophisticated matter units are coming down here, so let's start making some plates, I guess. I think that scaling our matter units and our plates are going to be important, almost certainly down the line. However, for the moment, let's just get some to get it started, you know? If I can, I'd like to drag it out of the area a little bit, bring it downwards. A little underground action here. Whoops, did that backwards. Cool. So now we brought this outwards here. Now, the deep core powder is over here. What ratio do we need to make this? Let's grab a schmeltery furnace. That's the word, not a schmeltery. So let's set up the recipe and see how much it eats. So it will eat 0.08, so basically none of those per second. A little bit of glass and an equal amount of the powder and the rare earth metals. That's fine. We produce a good chunk of powder when everything's running, so it shouldn't be an issue. I think these furnaces are secretly assembled so they make you set the recipe. Oh my god, that makes a lot of sense. I hadn't considered that. That's actually diabolical. Alright, so the issue with this setup, issue is a strong word for it, is it's got a lot of inputs. I think if we're using belts, we probably want to go under with the most of the things. We have the luxury of 3 different lanes, and there's several things, specifically the glass and the, what are these called again? Sophisticated matter units, I think? That sounds right. I think it's sophisticated. Sophisticated matter units. Those don't actually use too much. So I think the plan's going to be 3 different lines of belts. And 2 of them will be dedicated, and then 1 of them will be like this. Obviously, I'm going to move these because it's a little bit not where I want it to be. I say obviously, but I don't really want them here. I want them to be further down the line here, so they're a little bit closer. Plus, we have a good chunk of space here. I remember when I was like, I'm going to expand out our light blue science. That'll be the play. And then it turned out that I didn't do it at all, and I ripped down my whole design. That was cool. Good times. Okay, so we'll split this later down the line. Cool. I don't know if beacons are a thing here. They might be, but they also might not be. So they're really like the 2 options if I put it into perspective. They could exist, or they could not exist. Great. So we will copy this. Actually, let's finish the inside of this first. I really like this kind of design. I did this with my space age stuff. I think we'll have the stack go vertical and outputting downward, maybe. Because the deep space stuff is coming, or not deep space, deep core dust, or whatever it's called, deep core something, powder, is going to come out this way, go over here. This is over here, and then we just need rare metal, which, you know, take your pick. Rare metals from up there. So I think we'll switch our stack to be vertical rather than horizontal. We could also do one really long line instead, but for the sake of space, I think it's probably smarter to do this, because this is already going to be kind of a bigger build just because of the space constraint of going underground. I mean, it's not going to be that big, but it'll be fine. Save us a little bit of space. Set this up like this, then we can just copy this a few times. As for how many we want, I guess we'll start with 8 for now and can just expand it. Sounds good. I only made 4 of them, but I was planning on doing 8 anyways. So we'll do that. So, material number 1 comes over here, splits. We go down here, and we go down here. So there's material number 1. The deep core powder is going to be the next one. Which one is the deep core powder? I believe this is the deep core powder stomp. It is. So this one goes up here, out here. So this side is the deep core powder. For now, I'll just do a splitter, I guess. It's a little bit rudimentary, and it's probably not going to be sufficient for the long run, but it'll be fine. Hopefully for the second. I will bring it over here. And then we'll do a splitter as before, and we'll just have... I need to do it one higher to do what I want. That there, then that there. And that's 2 of the materials done, and then the final one will just be metal, which, you know, there's plenty of. Probably want to pull it from a different part of the line, maybe. I mean, this one's not being used very much, but It would be nice to get like inner one used. So let's try to see if we can sneak out a line somewhere. Here's not terrible. No, it's not great. I could bring it over here. Let's do that. So we'll do some undergrounds here. Great. We'll do this and we'll pull from the topmost line. This might be a bad idea because I'm currently cascading most of the lines downwards, but this is the one that's generally not used up just because there's so much pressure on those bottom lines. Looks like I want to move it one back as well. Boom, much better. Put that there, bring this down. It's going to be a little awkward to drag through the area, but it should be doable from what I'm seeing. Great, perfect. Good enough, I should say. Not the backseat, but the blue underground's long enough so you can go under two furnace, like underground inserter, furnace, inserter, underground. Oh, interesting. I hadn't considered that. It very well could be. Let's give it a try. Should be easy enough to test. Oh, yeah, that's like super gravy. I like that. Also very beaconable if beacons do exist. Cool. I guess I'm thinking more about EM plants, which might be a little bit too big. I think that's mainly where I did this design was like EM plants and foundries. Probably not foundries as much though. Heck, my inventory is so full of garbage all the time. Woe is me. There we go. So now we'll do 2 instead. It'll look really nice too. The only time I really did this before was on the Space Age playthrough. I really liked how it looked in the end, but this is really nice looking, so we're down for it. Alright, let's deconstruct all this stuff down here, and then we'll copy the recipe, and this should be easy enough to copy paste now. Specifically, we do this part here, and then we just apply it here. Cool. Looks good. Good suggestion. I appreciate it. Alright, the metal is also coming down here. So we'll do this. Right there. The metal comes down. And the metal comes down. Sweet, so as soon as the powder gets through, this should be a perfectly palatable area. Very beaconable. Really need to make, whatever the heck they're called. Substations, I love them, but I always forget their name. I was thinking that matter units are going to be a little annoying, but maybe they'll be fine now. They seem less annoying than they did a little bit ago, at least, which is some progress. Cool, let's plug this in and we will start producing a few of these. They're very slow still, but they're used for a few things. I don't really remember what. Ah, the furnaces it was. Why are these looking so scrungly? Whoa. Is our power really that gunked? Short answer, yes. Long answer, yup. Holy moly, when was our power so 100 megawatts behind? I thought we were like 5 behind. I guess not 100, but like 40. If I was a puppy girl, I'd be wagging my tail. My tail wags, you just don't see it because it's down there and I'm up here. Whatever that's worth. Yeah, we did get power gunked. I think we suck up this power gunk. We're very behind in getting gunked on power. But I think this is the time where we just set up our gels and get uranium going. Right, because you don't have any core. Oh, but you're doing the core thingy right now. Yay. I feel like that happens way too slowly, perhaps because it's so far into the factory. Maybe we can make a condition to produce more of it before it leaves. I'm willing to change up the rules like that now that we have it working. We'd have to change a few numbers and stuff, but I think it's probably a good idea to have more of this in the stock down here. Because if it's going to come all the way down here, we should have it run the operation 3, 4, 5, 6 times just so we don't run out. rather than just run it once, then get dropped off and go again. It doesn't take that long to get back and dropped off again. And again, because we set up this new area here, the train will just take this extra lap here and return much, much quicker instead of just going through this whole loop and coming back around. Things are more efficient. Cool. So this will go here. I'm going to put a priority currently on the right. I don't really know how much of it's going to get used, but I need at least some of that to make those drills. These are looking pretty full as is. I mean, it's not perfect, but there's a lot of it stockpiled there. Now everything's getting crush mud right here, so it goes through. We spit out our delicious deep core powder. I really like how these belts look. It reminds me of, and again, I haven't finished Factorio or anything, but I've been playing it recently a little bit, and it reminds me of Factorio when you get the core mining drills. And you have to set up like a really nice output for 8 different things. Sweet. So we are making resplendent plates very, very slowly. They're already 0.16 per second. If our electricity is this low, we're going to be getting 0.6 per second at that. But it will enable us to get resplendent drills, which are mining area 9x9. So they're going to be much bigger than the other one. 24 hours, 40 minutes, and we made our first resplendent plate. I don't think we're breaking any speedrun records today, but hey, we're getting something, right? That's got to be worth celebrating. Let's put this here for now. We'll store some, we'll swing back, we'll see how many we have, we'll make some drills. If I remember correctly, Ultra Group, you use some of the building sprites and stuff from Factorio. I recognize the crusher, I think, from it. There's probably other things I'm not thinking of too. Maybe the drills as well. It's cool though, like I vibe with that stuff. It's like a comfortable feeling. What can we dump right now? We should be working on right now. Right, I want to make the drills. Why'd I walk over here? There was a good reason. Whatever it wasn't that good because I can't remember what it was. So you take a fuel. So it says accepted fuel cube and uranium fuel cell. Does that mean that it takes cube or uranium fuel cell, or does it take cube and uranium fuel cell? Because if it doesn't take cube at all, that is a game changer, and that saves us a tremendous amount of resources. However, the creation of uranium fuel cells might take cube, so I don't want to celebrate too quickly. Instead, let's make one and see exactly how it works. See if we can just shove a cube in there for fun effectively. Of course, we're going to want to upgrade our fabricator design quite a bit as well. Need a few more of them. There we go. I'm calling for removing some of the stuff in our inventory because clearly we don't need all of it. 500 concrete, 200 advanced circuits. Should be pretty easy to rustle those up. Although I think the concrete really only exists in that upper area. We have to go nab some from there. If I remember right, it's an ore. Oh, that would be so nice. Getting our cube off of power would save us so much time. So I think the 2 biggest gaps of time that the cube has now are resupplying power and resupplying fluid. And those are directly intertwined because so much of that fluid is used on power. It would be very, very nice to be able to circumvent that. I would consider that a very big win. I have all these basic contemplation cards. I should probably go stick those in a box somewhere too. Our SPM is not killing it, as it were. But look, we have so much other stuff to work on that even with slow science, we've almost run out of things to research. Like, if you think about it, we're slow enough where it doesn't actually matter. Okay, let's go grab the concrete, which I'm hoping that there's some in a box. I believe I make concrete up here. I do make concrete, and it's in a box. Past Miko, you're so good to me. I'm very lucky to have you, Past Miko. Sweet, so let's make one of these. This produces 80 megawatts of power, which in conjunction with our current thing, one of these is fine. Obviously, I'm going to want 4 of these at minimum. Assuming that we can maintain them, which if uranium itself hasn't changed its production, could be pretty easy. Should have grabbed more concrete. I'm going to just grab some of it now because it's fairly useful. We're going to need it for centrifuges as well. Give us a chance to build up a stockpile of some more. First nuclear reactor at 24, 44, 34. Almost another very satisfying number, but not quite. Let us make a centrifuge. Looks like we need some rare earth metals and some more advanced circuits. We can find those basically anywhere. I wonder how many centrifuges we really need. I think I end up with 4 in most of my playthroughs. How are we doing on our resplendent production? The fact that it's still processing is quite a surprise to me. I guess it's because the cube just had like a run through. But again, I want to improve how many times the cube does stuff there. Holy guacamole. Cheese and crackers. We're going to be just fine. We already have 2 drills. They're like the big drills too. Do they have any productivity built in? They don't. They do have 4 module slots though. And they have a mining speed of 4 per second. So that's going to be really, really, really good. Although uranium might have like a negative modifier on mining. I don't remember. Wait, we have a box. Let me go just steal from the box. Sweet. So I'm going to just handcraft a bunch of normal mining drills to store them on me because we're probably going to want to change the Resplendent anyways. I think base game attack speed. That was my memory too, is that it was just kind of slow. Going for the legendary Spidertron, I don't want to say it was traumatic, but it was certainly some kind of matic. That certainly, without a shadow of a doubt, there was some maticness that happened there. Okay, so how big are these drills? I assume they're normal size. It says they're... Does it actually not say the size? Ah, they're just normal drill size, but they do have a pretty tremendous gather area. This said, the nice thing about these kind of drills is you can set them up so that the fluids are shared. They kind of smooch on the sides. Now, keeping in mind that if we do it here, we end up having kind of an obnoxious power situation. Not an impossible one, but you have to use a lot of undergrounds. So I'm going to just do this, and then we'll use pipes to connect that line there. Actually, we should only need 1 pipe thinking about it too, so this will be pretty simple. This is like way too many drills, to be honest with you. But maybe uranium's used for other stuff too. I mean, they give it to us at all, which is like a good sign that it's useful. They would never give us something not useful. Probably. Alright, so these are connected here. Then I could just do undergrounds up here and we should be good. And then one more of these lower ones here. I guess that one's a little bit awkward still. This is going to eat through a lot of sulfuric acid, which we also haven't been using, so fingers crossed that it's not that bad. Sweet. I love that we like never run out of belts or anything. Wait a minute. That is a spot for putting power poles there. Set up our power poles. Sweet, looks good. Oh, we need some more on the other side as well. I swear the power poles have 1 extra reach in this. It's gotta be. They're so convenient. I'm always mad about power pole reach, so I have to imagine these are like buffed like crazy. Alright, so the normal path is trains going down here and then around there. So ideally we'll have some place to branch off here. Probably something similar to what we had before, where this just goes downwards here instead. Which is to say, we're going to need some rail signals to make sure that the trains don't bonk each other, because that would be kind of ultra cringe. And we will try to strive and not be ultra cringe when possible. We make no promises though, unfortunately. Let's go up like 2 more and then drag it inwards. 1 more. There we go. Cool. That's an easy enough little stop we set up on our main line here. Set up a train as well. Should be on this side, it looks like. I don't know exactly where we want it right now. Put it there. We can always move it later. Did we stop making bots at one point? No, we're still making them. How's our network looking? 2,500 logistics, 1,400 construction. All right, we're doing okay. It's not terrible. I love having bots passively build up. Going for walkies, have a great stream. Thanks so much. Enjoy your walkies. Good on you for getting out. I should probably go out today, but I mean, it's not going to be as hot today as it is later in the week. Maybe I'll ask my roommate to do it. I'll absolutely sip to that and hydrate. You stay hydrated as well, especially if you're going out for a walk. Stay cool, and I appreciate you stopping in, Wise Wolf. Alright, so what I like to do for these ones is to combine, I mean, this is like probably pretty simple, and I imagine most people do something like this, but I combine in the lesser tracks together and have those be one of the loading bays while the other ones are loaded elsewhere. So like this will be a dedicated loading one, this will be a dedicated one, and then the two outer ones will be one as well. And then they'll roughly add up to the same number. It's not perfect or anything, but it's better than nothing. I've noticed you're sitting there. Oh my god, we're out of sulfur. How did that happen? The sulfur's been disconnected for like 30 hours. You never plugged it back in. Yeah? Oh no, that's exactly what it was. Brutal. This is also disconnected, it looks like. It hasn't been like 30 hours. Okay, it's not been 30 hours. But it may as well been. But it hasn't been. So that's the important thing. We can have all the water pipes smooch here, which is kind of nice. This was just from when I took down the wood over here. So we're doing fine, technically. Metaphysically, we could be doing better. Theoretically, we're having a bad time. Why is there sulfur here? Oh, it's because I changed the recipe. That's what it was. What if we were both water pipes? What if we put our underground pipes together? Just kidding. Unless... Alright, is it working now? It's working now. Much better. Cool. The sulfur output's there. Means we're making sulfuric acid again, which again, we're going to need a bunch of, so it's good. Cool. So that's going up. This will take a little bit to kick back on, but I don't think it'll take that long. Probably going to need to scale up all that. Takes 100 per recipe. It outputs 160. I don't think 160 is going to quite satisfy what we need, but I'll do it like twice more. Underground. We can rock like above ground pipes too. I just like how these ones like look, I guess. I'm not too picky. Did that get set up yet? It did. Cool. So we need to fix the signals here. So the train stop is now going to be part of the network and nothing will break. Looks good. That's now there. We can steal a loading area. Set it up. Say loading area, so we'll just copy paste that. Train is there. The loading is here. Boom. Easy peasy. Lemon squeezy. Oh, it's a little bit off where I want it to be though, which is unfortunate. Oh, that's also not like the most ideal way to load either. I mean, this isn't either. I just like how it looks. Let me go steal another design and we'll change it to that one instead. There we go. I just didn't grab enough of it. Cool. That looks good. Much better. Plug it in like that. We'll have this one. I guess we'll have this one go a little bit lower. We also need to get the sulfuric acid over here, but I think I'm going to just use pipes. Wonderful. Okay, so the uranium setup is now mostly good. We're going to load onto a train. We need to get the sulfuric acid, which thankfully is made... Oh my god, it's actually really far. I was like, thankfully it's made really close. It's not. Don't believe the lies. It's actually really far away. But we will just bring it down via pipe because I don't feel like doing a whole dedicated train. I sometimes think about the idea of like, well, I could just set it up so that the uranium is loaded onto like the last part of the train, and then I mean, I could probably make that work. It doesn't matter. It's fine. This will be fine. It's just like a pump, and it takes like no time past that. It'll be a big win. Too far to connect. Sounds like quitter words to me, but whatever. These should be all one circuit because of how they're plugged in, because these are give and take ones. So you should be able to plug it in via over here. Just vaguely here. So bring this straight down, bring this left, connect them, boom. Probably need a pump roughly. I should probably pregame the pump too, actually. Here, we'll put the pump here. Here's some power already as well. Sweet, so we have that going. You're still sitting over there? I thought you were going to have an abundance of sulfur. Your sulfur is out of refined tar? Why? Because we're out of refined tar. Oh, these fluids are going to be the death of me, I promise you that. Alright, so I need to go rescue the cube. We need to go get more tar. It's going to be so nice if we can just skip this whole thing going forward. I put the cube on the path up there, so if we need more power, it'll go fuel some. We don't need power, so it's fine, so it'll just continue onwards. Okay, I forgot we crafted a bunch of drills. Do we have those on us? We do have a boatload of drills on us now. Cool. This stone mine's about to be empty. We're just continuing to use it up. Let's go grab some more of our resplendent plates, because I assume we have a bunch of them. We'll go make more of the drills we need. I think in total we need like a crazy amount, almost 50 of them, which is very significant. Certainly cannot make 50 of them right now. We can get a start on them. The more time, I know it's like the name of the game, but the more time the cube gets stuck, the less time we're doing basically anything, and that's really exemplified now that we're using the cube on a train, because that cuts off like so many things for that powder. So we might need to improve that, but again, I'm hoping that with uranium, we can just make uranium fuel cells, cut out the whole fuel thing altogether. That should help so much on our consumption of gelatinous tar. Should help really significantly. Fingers crossed, at least. We were making those engine units somewhere around here. Up here? What's it? I know I saw them on a belt somewhere. I just don't remember where. Just search the map. Just search the map. All right. Bench engine units. Wow, they're all the way over there. Never mind. However, there doth be none of them left. Are there any over here? Nope. Not really. Granted, we only have the one maker right now. Why did this one turn off? Something I should probably do is start putting him in a box. Ugh, it's so unfortunate when the factory turns off for a little bit. Like, I get it. Like, factory turn off things no have. Like, believe you me, I know that that's how it works. But it's still so unfortunate when you're like, I really want these resources, and this just isn't running because like rare metal is inaccessible because this specific line uses the rare metal and it's past the line already. You're making a boatload of tar. Can you actually afford to do that? I guess you probably can. Thank goodness it loads quicker. If we can get another upgrade for bulk insider capacity, I think it's going to be another pretty major upgrade for us. Yeah, the tar loads so quick now. I'm really surprised you went for another round, actually. Isn't the rule 20k? I guess it must have been just under. Oh, it's 22k. All right. I was barely able to do that and then eke out. Oh no, there's still plenty of space. Perfect. Nice. So our setup is good for this. We are running low on coal. But again, this is all contingent on the cube just being able to cube. And we haven't even looked at like folding the cube more than playing with it for a little bit. It should go take a loop here. Let's figure this out. So what is an efficient way to have the cube come here and produce more. First thing comes to mind, more mausoleums. That's a very easy solution to it. Unfortunately, I made the stop kind of close to it. This being said, I think this is rotatable. It is. So something that we could do is like a line of mausoleums that go around it. Like this. This is going to be expensive on loaders, but in practice, this should produce like a bunch of storage space we can do there. I don't think this is viable at the second, mind you, but it is notable. So currently, this is looking for 2,000 in here. This can hold way more than 2,000. So we'll look for 5,000 in here. Actually, we'll do 6,000 instead. That way we'll produce like a little bit more to sit. Obviously, more storage is better, but this means we're not going to just like leave after the first activation every time. Maybe I'll even temper it a little higher. So the cube shows up. Boom. This is specifically looking to make sure that the cube is there. Oh, wait, it could technically leave without it. Oh, no, it needs 20 seconds of an activity, right? Perfect. So I set up that ahead of time. So it'll run through here. Oops, it's facing the wrong direction, so we'll need to fix that really quick. There we go. It'll off-put everything, spend all the cube stuff, all this productivity, spit out a boatload of stuff, and then it'll go, it'll repair it, and it'll be like, yeah, but you know what? That's not 6,000. Why did you leave? Because the inactivity? No, you shouldn't have met the inactivity. I need to change your rule for one of your rules. No. Don't. No, the cube. All right, that's fine. Why did you leave this stop specifically? Ah, because I said over 2,000 in your cargo. Let's add a separate wait condition of 5 seconds here as well. That should make, I mean, I guess we'll make it 20 seconds. It wastes a little bit of time with the cube, but this should guarantee that the cube, whoops. This should guarantee that the cube will always be able to have some time to like enter and leave and run a few extra times. I really want the cube to run back through that one more time, but we really like, the factory needs to keep running and it needs the cube in 10 gorillion places. So we don't have the luxury to run it again right now. That should help though. That way the cube can run through, come back, and then the inactivity will be reset every time the cube goes into it and then is loaded out of it, which hopefully 20 seconds is enough for a loop. I think it will be. Can always set it higher if not. Apparently I did not make enough rail signals. Let's make those as well. What else are we missing? A pump? Alright, apparently we need a pump as well. I love that you can just craft stuff, put it into a box, and then the bots will take it. It's very convenient. Now, we did get a new recipe for smelting more rare earth metals. Keeping in mind, though, I don't think I'm going to want to exercise that on this specific mine. We've already ripped through about 1 million of the metal that was in there, which is a pretty significant chunk. And that would consume a lot more of it, I think. Like, per ore, we would get less metal out of it, or metal bars. So at least not right now. If we find like a really, really nice, like, thick patch of it that we can pull stuff from, it's totally viable for us and we should consider doing it. But in the meantime, I think it's better to just not do so. But it is worth considering. End of the day, thinking about ways to improve is just as valuable as improving, probably. Okay, so let's put these away. Put the boxes away too, and then what are we looking at? Right, the pump. Although I think I already put the pump in a box, didn't I? I did. They're probably just taking a little bit to drop it off. Cool. Alright, so these need to be the fancy schmancy drills. We're not going to have a crazy amount of them to start, but I'm going to try to just start putting some down, I guess. Unfortunately, we're going to be locked behind those advanced engine units for at least a little bit. I do have them going into a box now, prioritizing that over science, which is potentially a little spicy. I can accept the fact that there is some spice to be had in regards to that, but getting uranium going is just going to be so important for us. I feel like we should invest in it now rather than later. Heck yeah, we have some. That means I can make one more drill. My thought was if I can get enough drills to like connect the pipes, I'll be happy. Which is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Technically 6 becomes 10 because there's 4 more here to connect them all. Once I have that, the bots will hopefully place them in a somewhat logical way as I make them. Granted, our science is going to be hurting until then. Not that it matters too much. I'm not quite ready to do the other sciences yet. I want to make a request for advanced engine units. The bots will hopefully bring me them on occasion. We'll start mining a little bit. In the meantime, too, we're going to need another locomotive. So let's make a locomotive as well as some stuff for that, which makes advanced engine units. Wouldn't you know it? Clearly, we just need a lot more advanced engine unit production. But at the end of the day, much of our problem is not the production itself, which is a problem. It could certainly be better, don't get me wrong. But much of the actual problem expands past that and goes into the fact that the cube is just not being used as efficiently as it should be. I need some of these. So there's a lot of micro improvements and a lot of macro improvements. Really just a lot of improvements to be made. Need some rare earth metals. Let's go ahead and nab those really quick. Great, and we've got our wagon. I'm going to just stick with 3, I guess. I don't know why. It's what I've always done. We'll go down to uranium, I-4-Gore. Actually, we'll probably set the wagons here. Do we have an offloading bay available, or are they all used? It looks like we have one more over here that we haven't used up yet, so we'll make this, instead of Pink Husky, we'll make it our uranium drop-off. If we can spell drop-off instead of drop-off, which we've successfully done now, we'll call this uranium ore. Boom. That now exists. We'll paint it to be green. Awesome. Looks good. In the meantime, I should probably set up automation for these boxes if I'm going to keep using them. These are loading bays. I want that one to be an unloading bay, so we're going to have to use this design, copy it, and then use it a few times. Right down here. Probably get rid of huge rock. Kind of harshen my groove right now. Plug that bad boy in over there, and we are looking... Oh, really? That can't reach? Oof. That's fine. We're looking good. This is now an unloader for our uranium, which I guess we'll start processing uranium over here. I guess. What else do we need to do for the uranium? Right, we need centrifuges. So what we'll do... Oh, they're so tiny. I remember them being bigger for some reason. We'll say 3 centrifuges. We only have normal uranium processing. We don't have Covarex or anything, so we'll have to keep that in mind, but I think that generally it's fine. The 3 of those. We also don't have access to reprocessing either, so the extra burnt shells are going to just have to go into a box for now until the train gets to them. Speaking of, I wonder if this is run for a while. I guess there's some that comes through. I love this. This is by far the highlight of Ultra Cube for me so far. Like, how many cars have we broken? I guess we can check the production graph, right? And look at kills. We've killed 81 cars. How beautiful is that? Love that for us. Oh, it's just so nice. What a brilliant idea. Cool. So we're going to have it so these come out. I guess I'll have them each feed their own centrifuge. I don't really see a reason to not do that. Whoops. Centrifuges are kind of slow, so I'm not too concerned with getting like a nice area for them to actually be brought in. This should be just fine. I think double bulkies is already like a little bit excessive, to be honest with you. There are centrifuges, and then we'll have centrifuges output. I think we'll just sushi belt it to start, and then just probably splitter off. I mean, we don't even really need the splitter. We're going to need to store the like huge excess we're going to have of Huh? Well, I'm sorry. What do you mean uranium-234? I was operating under the expectation that uranium-235 was all I needed. But apparently, there is a dramatically more rare uranium-234. What in goodness' name is uranium-234 used for? Thankfully, we don't have the Factorio Wikipedia, so we'll have to be in limbo on that one. Maybe the mystery is in uranium processing itself. So far, it looks like it's used for nothing. The fuel cells actually take the cube. That's so unfortunate. The secret uranium they don't want you to know about? It really is a secret uranium, though. I wonder if it's edible. Like okay, don't eat a battery. I know we talked about this last time, but don't eat batteries. Apparently, it's fine to taste them under certain circumstances, but I don't condone it anyways because it still feels dangerous. Okay, so the cube needs to swing by to make uranium fuel cells. This should be pretty easy because we can use... If we can read the contents of the machine, which I hope we can. Maybe we can't. Let me see. Can you connect this to this? You cannot. Okay, well, we can make a buffer box. Hopefully then. And then when that buffer box has like 1 uranium-235 in it, it'll swing around here and then activate a few times. It's edible once. That's actually like... That's pretty metal. I never thought about something being edible once. Yum, crunchy uranium. Got the limited edition 234 variant. How are we doing on these? Have we produced more engine units? We got a few of them. Great. Once we get to 10, I think we'll start our mining. Which we are getting to, slowly but surely. I think I just moved slightly out of bot range because they both just immediately started leaving. Okay, so we have 2 more craftings. I want to make 2 more of those. I should really set up automation for resplendent mining drills. I should really do that, and I will. Once we have more power. It gets really bad. I mean, suddenly we're back under the required satisfaction, which I guess is good. I don't know what's causing it to do so anymore. I've lost control of the factory. Alright, I'm going to turn off my request for these engine units. I'll let the box fill up before science kicks back on. But apparently science is still running anyways without needing that, so it doesn't matter too much. Finish our deep introspection card. Then we have spectral electronic synthetic premonition card and power armor. For my uranium kickback in the day, I remember that 234, 235 being biased equilibrium reaction, 234 being basically as stable as 238/DU. That sounds very... It sounds interesting, don't get me wrong. Well, I was going to say that sounds very interesting, but it's just very confusing. But that is neat. I love hearing about stuff like that, even if I don't totally understand it. There's certainly an appeal to it. Alright, so I'm going to turn off my roboport here just so I can place these the way I want to place these. What else do we need on the map? Looks like a few boxes. We can craft those on the way down. Should really set up iron chests in a box, though. Really getting all the chests in a box. There's a lot of things I want to get done that I'm kind of just like noodling on while we're getting our power fixed. Because getting the power fixed was like a big upgrade for the base that I really wanted to do. Oh, I forgot that we were doing pipes over here as well. I'm guessing the roboport never got put down. Did I ever put it down? It looks like... No, I did not ever put it down. There is our technology done. Science completed. We have now beaten Factorio Ultra Cube. Just kidding. That one was for the listeners. Be like, what? I missed the rest of the stream? Nah. I was just trying to fool ya. We have not beaten Factorio Ultra Cube. In fact, I have no idea how long this is. I imagine we're basically barely into it. We're working on our 4th and 5th science packs, which means logically we should be able to go to space pretty soon and then go to the Ultra Cube planet, and hopefully we'll find the lightning worm there, and that'll be a good thing for us. It'll be a growing experience, you know? Okay, there's no sulfuric acid in this pipe, which is a bit of a surprise to me. Hopefully that will finish up on its own. Let's go noodle out why there's no sulfuric acid in our pipe. Oh, figured it out. Mystery solved. Who would have guessed? You gotta connect the pipe to make the pipe have fluids go through it. Otherwise, the fluids just pour out onto the ground. Can you imagine that? I think I talked about it before on stream. They should have a mod where just all your stuff just spews out at the end of a belt. Or like if you have a pipe that's open, you just waste it all. That'd be awful. I would hate that actually. But it would be at least interesting. Alright, so drill 1, drill 2, drill 3, drill 4. Okay, I need these ones specifically down here, and then this one. That should mean that any other ones that get meaningfully placed down here will have it, although I think the bots might put them randomly. We will plug this into power. And now, in theory, oh, looks like we need some more over there. In theory, once we have that one pipe over there get placed, which surely will get placed soon. It's already been placed. Uh-oh. Ah, it's just these pipes over here that haven't been done yet. Once these pipes get finished, we should start mining uranium, which is a step. Maybe not the best step, but it's a step all the more. It's progress. I think it's going to be big for us in general. It's a bunch of things decay into 234, and 234 is a really big neutron class section, so it immediately catches one. Oh, cross section. So it immediately catches one, turns into 235. That's one of the major actual fuel isotope trademark. I love learning stuff on stream. Unironically, you know what's like really cool? What the heck's it called? I forgot what channel it's on. Probably on like the learning channel or something. It's like the show where they show like how they make like French fries in like a factory. That kind of stuff is super neat. I know that's kind of like a little bit irrelevant right now, but it is neat. Oh wait, this doesn't actually fully connect. We're one down. I'll just do that for now. Probably permanently as well. Sweet. So now, if nothing else, we are slowly getting some uranium, so I can set up the uranium train and then start processing it, because doing uranium is going to be a slow process. I'd rather have at least some coming in. Even if we don't have the massive field right now, some being processed is good enough to start. Now, we are going to need the cube to go through the cycle to start processing uranium. So I'm having second thoughts about the uranium stop. I think we might nix that plan and do it up here instead. Reason being is our current power setup is up here. Currently in our cycle, it hits up the power setup and then it goes into the fluids. But maybe it won't matter as much. I mean, in theory, this should store dramatically more power in those fuel cells than we're currently storing. How much are these each? 100 megajoules? Yeah, and those are like... How much is a fuel cell? It's a heckin' lot. 4 gigajoules, yeah. So it's a pretty tremendous amount of fuel stored. So hopefully it'll be just fine to move the power. I'm trying to think about the downsides to moving the power. I can't really think of any. We would need to pull it off somewhere on the west side. Over here. But it already comes down here to go through the schmeltery, so... Hypothetically, if I did the power like here, it wouldn't be that bad to bring it down. Alternatively, I could do the power up here. That does kind of cramp the rare earth metal smelting area if I want to expand it out, which I might want to do. Double alternatively, I can process it here and then do it elsewhere. I think I want to just move it. I think putting it up here makes more sense logistically with how the factory flows, since it comes down here for power anyways. So I'm thinking setting it up maybe around here would make a little bit more sense. Even if we just replace this area, setting it up here would make more sense than over there. So I'm going to change my plan. We're going to set up a separate stop, I think, and we're going to probably just copy this stop altogether. We'll have to change a good chunk of things, but this way make it very simple and to the point. We know roughly what we want here. Obviously, we want to change this train stop to be uranium drop-off instead. Cool. And then we can just deconstruct this because we don't need it right now. Granted, we can leave most of it here because we probably will do a stop at some point. I just cut it instead of pasting it. Ooh. Don't actually get rid of the Roboport. Did you already get rid of the Roboport? No. Okay, you're calling to put it back now. Did that a little bit too far. I'd like the Roboport to stay there. Perfect. So. This doesn't fit exactly perfectly either. I guess I just wanted that upper section. We are going to need a Roboport in this area. May as well move one over now. Do 234 and 235 taste different? See, I'm glad we're asking the important questions here. The world needs to know. If batteries are going to taste different, I really do want to know if uranium is also going to taste different. Whoops, too far down for sure. I mean, logically it will, right? Actually, I don't even really know what makes something taste. Maybe logically it doesn't make a difference. Just tastes like rock. Like green, glowy rock. Cool, I think this is a better spot for what we're doing. Oh, let's set up the automation that I've been putting off to for the stupid boxes. Like this takes like 2 seconds. I should have done this ages ago. Done. Actually, how much do these stack up to? I guess it's not technically done. It needs one more powerful. But if we're using these for unloading for now, definitely want to have these set up. Stack size is 50. That should be fine. Does radiation react with your taste buds? That's the question. I don't personally have much experience tasting radiation from my knowledge. I have gotten x-rays done before and other such things that have used radiation. And I haven't personally tasted anything while it was happening. I don't know if that disproves it or not. I haven't actively tried to taste the radiation. So maybe it's just like a skill check type thing for me for not being adventurous enough to go for the radiation. But currently I would have to lean towards the fact that it might not react with your taste buds. It also might. I don't want to be a hater, you know? I'm going to get rid of the uranium I forgot because we've actually got that running now, which is nice. We have to finish a little bit more of it, but we got the actual stop itself set up. All right, we're getting some resplendent plates available as well. But mainly our issue is going to be more of those engine units. Hey, that's 8 more mining drills done. Science is looking okay. Gosh, everything is so cramped now. I mean, it's good, I guess. The closer everything is, the less the cube has to move. But now that the cube has to move via the train, I'm almost tempted to move everything into a less... Like, I still want everything to be compact, but if I can just use the train to move the cube around, that'll be so much better than the belt, you know? It moves so much faster. If we replace the train belt with a train... Or, not train belt, the cube belt with a cube train, A to B to B to C would be so much quicker. Good point. I don't remember a dental x-ray tasting like something. Good point. I didn't even think about dental x-rays. I don't know. I don't want to be a hater about them, but like... I would be surprised, I guess. Alright, I was grabbing those engine units for more than just that. I wanted them for centrifuges as well. So I don't want to use up too much of them. Let's rescue those other ones. I want to get those 2 centrifuges up, so let's go grab some advanced circuits, make those centrifuges, put them up there, get the centrifuge processing done. And that way we can at least make some uranium fuel cells, because we're going to have to make a bunch of these heat exchangers, heat pipes, and heavy turbines as well. Isn't there another type of turbine we're getting? Wait, I didn't even look into that other thing. Don't we have another power source? Stygian Energy Lab. What the heck is this? Ah, I see. So it produces 16 megawatts, or consumes 16 megawatts. It drives turbines with wind from beyond the void. It takes these to power it. Powered by Hell trademark. It does seem to imply that we are doing some unholy machinations to make all this work. I wonder if it's because we're going to have an excess of ectoplasm. I saw that we get ectoplasm from this, but I don't know if we have a dump for it. The cyclotron. Advanced machine must be carefully charged before operation. It dedicated 240 megajoule charge core takes 80 seconds at 3 megawatts to reach full capacity, which is enough for a single use. What in goodness' name is this? Subatomic conduits. This takes deep core powder, deep solution. We haven't set that up yet. And okay, as an ectoplasm use, gives us 50% 50 boson conduit and 50% 50 fermium conduit. And if we put in fermium conduits, we can spit out boson conduits. And, oh god. And singularity analysis is to put in the cube and then 2 of those conduits and a bunch of metal, and then it outputs 5 calibration data. The beacon of transmit effect requires... Oh, are these beacons? Oh, nice, beacons. Requires the effect of upgraded modules to nearby friendly entities. Requires 2 units of beacon juice? What do you mean beacon juice? Oh, god. Requires 2 units of beacon juice per second to function. A machine affected by more than 1 beacon will... Alright, now we need to know if beacon juice is tasty. If nothing else, I really want to know if beacon juice is tasty. Okay, I googled what does radiation taste like, and somebody said it would taste like a 9-volt battery. I think that you are perfectly qualified to know what radiation tastes like then, Flip. Congratulations. Beacon juice. It's like radio fluid, true. There's a mechanic kind of near me that always has like funny signs outside. And they have things like, yeah, your radio fluid is leaking, come in, as one of their signs sometimes. And I'm like, that's funny. All right, so these are for new packs. All right, I'm getting ahead of myself. We can't do these yet. There's only a few sciences left that we can do, the normal sciences. Although, peculiarly enough, it looks like we didn't unlock that many unique sciences by unlocking this. Oh, good, exoskeletons exist now, too. I didn't realize those were an option soon. As well as speed modules? So we don't even have default speed modules. Oh, we still have a bunch of stuff left. I'm surprised that we only got a few researches, but my expectation is that much of the new researches will require both synthetic and... what are the other cards called? Deep introspection cards. I'll keep going. All right, I'm not going to research anymore for a little bit. We do have modules. I mean, speed modules in general will be quite nice, depending on what we can put them in. We'll just keep researching while working on stuff. All right, let's go grab those red circuits. I got distracted. We'll set up the centrifuges. Hello, little bots. What are you bringing me? Some pipes? Thank you. Very kind. Never be cruel to your bots. They're so good to you. I'm stuck. Let me out, please. Cool. Cool. So... red circuits, which we don't have any red circuits. Why do we have no red circuits? Well, Miko, you have no red circuits because you have no green circuits. Why do we have no green circuits? Because there's no metal? Because there's no stuff that's being made right now. Alright, we're going to do what I like to call a pro gamer move, and we're going to put red circuits in a box so we can just come request them when we need them, rather than being completely confined by whether or not we have used up red circuits recently. We can make one of our centrifuges, then we need a few more red circuits, then we can make 2 centrifuges, and we'll be absolutely cooking from that point forward. Thankfully, we're now getting our trickle inwards. Maybe we should upgrade Planner these belts too. Do you struggle to offload? You do. Let's upgrade Planner these. I think it should be fine. I hope it'll be fine. I do have like a single line coming through here, which is certainly an issue. But again, much of the issue is that we're just running out more than anything else. There we go. It looks like target is full, but for less time now. Very simple upgrade. Holy moly, our junk boxes are getting so full though. Okay, so now we've got some red circuits in there. Let's grab those out. Literally just one. I don't know why I said some. I guess I was just more wistful about it. Optimistic or wishful? I think wistful is the negative one and wishful is the positive one. I definitely went down one of those like... What's the difference between wishful and wistful thinking Google searches that you know you're putting in the FBI agent watching you just like, this person's really, really dumb. You're like, yeah. But you feel like a little bad for the FBI agent watching you, but not that bad because like they're wasting their time watching you anyways. It's a whole thing. Alright, perfect. That's enough. Centrifuges are done. Let's go plug those in. Hope we get everything going from there. FBI agent says that, and it's like, wait, what is the difference? True. See? I got the good questions. You look at my Google history and like, I don't know if this is relatable or not. I hope it is to someone. I mean, I kind of hope it's not at the same time. There will be times where I'm like, this question is so stupid. I have to open like a private browsing window because I don't want it in my history. Just because if someone happens to look at my history and they see like the dumbest question of all time, that people are going to judge me for it. It's not even that I Google like weird stuff. It's just that I Google dumb stuff and get insecure about it. It's a real problem. I need to set up more rail signals, which I didn't finish before, so we'll do those really quickly as well. It's kind of embarrassing though. But at the same time, like, oh well. Full of yearning or desire tinged with melancholy, says Merriam-Webster, so you're right. Honestly, that's some poetic stuff. That's some long walk on the beach kind of stuff. I always thought that wishful and wistful thinking were the same thing, but they're not. You gotta be a little careful about it. You don't want to be known as full of yearning or desire tinged with melancholy. Unless you do want to be known as that, at which point, drop the wistful. Pop off. Live your best life, queen. I love it for you. Be wistful. Apparently I had a box maker here that I could have just repurposed, but it's fine. It's part of our mall now. Why am I back over here? I lost my train of thought. Train. It was train. Oh my god, I can't believe that worked out. It's a locomotive, which I was going to set up down here, but it turns out that I don't actually want to be here because our stop is up there. I'm going to need to bring fuel up to that train stop over there is really like the thing I need to do. But it's fine. The fuel already is made kind of up there. Shouldn't be too bad to bring it down, hopefully. Although maybe it is kind of far. Oh no, why are you just sitting there? No, you're running, right? There's a little sparky, so that's good. You ran out of coal. You're no longer running because there's no coal. Final answer. Looks like we are, in fact, correct on that one. Unfortunately, we're out of gelatinous tar as well. I just dropped 1 million sand on the floor. Heck. I accidentally all of my sand and coal and wood. Everywhere. I guess it didn't take enough trips downwards. Probably having a second one of these is a good idea, like I said before. So nice when we can run the coal one, though. People are not allowed to see my browser history : 3. The : 3 has me assured that there's nothing strange in your browser history. Okay, so I want the fuel to come over here. It goes, currently, the fuel goes this way, then down. And then, what? Is that not it? No, it's not the fuel line. This is the fuel line. No. Where the heck do you go? You go down here, and you go right here. I found the fuel line. Perfect. It's pretty far from what we want still. However, we have a coal drop-off here, so I think what I'm going to do instead is use the coal to fuel it. I don't want to set up a whole different thing. Should be fine to just put it on one of them. It's not going to take a crazy amount or anything. Granted, we're not making coal right now, so the train's not going to get any fuel right now. But let's not think about that. Let's look at the positives, right? I almost just took a ride on the Straight to Death Railway once more. I would like to note that in my entire time playing Space Age, I died exactly twice, and it was to trains, I want to say. My browser history is clean, smiley face. Don't look at the other browser. Oh, the secret browser. Diabolical. Sweet. So that's here. It's not going to have fuel right now, but we can get it started at least. The issue that currently exists, or an issue that exists, I should say, is that... Oh, don't use wood. Use coal. We really need to fix the fact that we don't produce enough coal. How do we fix the fact we don't produce enough coal? Good question. Having the cube go down more and using more of the powder. We're going to use a boatload of power. Like a ton of things require powder. But right now it's just a little bit tough to make it worth. I didn't name this top yet, I guess. Or perhaps it's... No, it is drop off. Okay. I guess I didn't name uranium pickup. Did not, in fact. Adam Lawless, crazy name. Alright, cool. Boom. Uranium pickup. Move this over here. Click this, and then we'll add uranium pickup, and we'll make the condition of empty cargo, and we'll do full cargo or inactivity. That's fine. Honestly, empty and full are probably fine for now. I'm not really sweating it past that. It's going to be a slow one. Pretty tame. I just tend to hate people invading my privacy. Totally respectable. Absolutely respectable. Again, I just Google dumb stuff and then feel embarrassed that I didn't know. I mean, some of it's not even that dumb, but some of it's pretty dumb. It's tough being me. It's been tough these last XX years. See, if you put them as X's, no one will know that you're old as dirt, so it works out nice. Cool, so you should be able to go successfully pick up uranium, so I'm going to send you on the track to go do that. Right, we didn't set up the other thingammy-what's, so let's go do that really quick. We have the rail signals on us, so we'll just go manually place them. Great. I just Googled dumb stuff in a private window. That's definitely my strategy now, too. I'm glad that it's not like... I'm glad I didn't invent this strat, I guess. It's comforting to know that there's other people that go for that. It is so hot. Like, I feel like I'm turning into a baked potato. I might have to go turn on another fan or something. I'm gonna go slam down these extra drills really quick. I could have the bots do it, but we're in the neighborhood anyways. Wait, what? You already have full cargo? I'm surprised. I didn't think we would have mined uranium that fast. Maybe with the 4 times speed, it's just like really decent. So that means I have to find smart stuff in private windows though and have to remember to transfer them. What I do is I'll Google the stupid question, and then if it's like something relevant, like, I don't know, how to cook something I've cooked a million times because I don't remember the specific temperatures and stuff. I'll take it down on like a notes app instead. So I'll have it afterwards, but no one will know I Googled it. Not that anyone's ever looking at my my Google history, hopefully. Speaking of Google history, I Googled last night about moths specifically, because there was a bit of a moth mishap with... I'm not going to say anything that might embarrass anyone, so I'll keep it simple. There was a moth. I took it outside. After it went outside, it like just kind of chilled. Like I put it in a cup and I put it outside. I know you're not supposed to touch it with your hands and stuff. I was very careful with it. I put it outside and then it just kind of chilled there. And I was like, please don't be dead. I'm going to be so upset if you're not kicking. And then I checked on it like every 10 minutes and I Googled it, and apparently like moths, after they freak out, they kind of like use up all their energy and they just have to kind of like chill for a little bit. It's also like a play dead type thing. So I did that and I kept checking on it. And then when I popped out one time, it flew away. And I was like, thank goodness, because I was going to be really upset if the moth wasn't doing well. I don't like killing bugs. I don't really like bugs, but I don't really like having them be squished either. So I always try to put them outside or move them elsewhere if they're being disruptive. Moral of the story is that moths do a play dead type thing, apparently. So in case you didn't know that, that's kind of neat. Why have you not done the gauntlet yet? You've definitely traveled past it, so why haven't you gone down and taken the train? You broke. What? Why didn't you stay for a bunch of cargo? I wonder what I did wrong here. It's supposed to only go here, at least following my logic, it's supposed to only go here. I guess I can set this to interrupt other interrupts, maybe. That's probably a good idea. Speaking of which, supposedly July 14th is National Be Nice to Bugs Day? Holy moly. Happy Be Nice to Bugs Day. That's super relevant. We do need to coexist on our lonely rock. I don't know. I mean, most bugs are just doing their own thing. They're vibing. I'm vibing enough, like... Except stink bugs. Those things are never vibing, and they're always upset and always looking for a fight. And somehow I've lived in like a lot of different places, like fairly far from each other, and there's always stink bugs in the specific locales I lived in, which is really annoying. But also don't kill them, because that's wrong. Or do. I won't kill them. I really can't tell you how to live your life. What are you doing? Did you load up again? Okay, no, now you're going to drop off. You must have seen it wrong. I thought you already left. Yeah, stink bugs are a problem. They're a pain. I feel bad about it, but they're a pain. Cool. That train's going. Look how many trains we have going now. What an improvement to our rail system. Although I feel like it's taken a long time, but it's fine. Baby steps and all that. This is being loaded. It's being crushed. We'll make some more resplendent plates. Do I need more powder somewhere else? Where does the power get loaded to? Right, it's for our fuel. We already have a crazy amount there, so I'm not going to bother setting any more over there. For now, the powder will just be used for resplendent plates, because we need those to get more uranium. Speaking of, how is the uranium doing? Now, something's wrong. Where doth the uranium train? Okay. Oh no, I figured it out. Unfortunate, I forgot to change, the stop. So it was just loading all of it over here instead. So I'm going to change it so this is actually going to be uranium pickup, and we're going to have it so that this stuff loads back on at some point, and then we'll disable this stuff altogether. Whoops, I accidentally moved that because it lagged a little bit when it was saving. Again, it's a very minuscule thing. At least we figured it out before it got too scrunky later on. Great, cool. So we'll copy this and we'll paste it over here so that we can just copy that design. I did not think you would replace all of the belts, to be honest, but that's fine. Great, so now the cube is going down here because it senses that we need more. Cool, so I had that condition broken. Hopefully this works now. I don't remember exactly what I changed. Did I change anything? I guess I made it so this could interrupt other conditions. Hopefully that's not bad, though. No, because it should be fine. It'll only interrupt something if it doesn't have cube. Hopefully it'll still drop off too before it works. I don't know. I don't really understand how interrupting interrupts work. I'm hoping that it's sufficient like this. Oh no! My nightmare, the cube got left over there. Why doth? Thought I prepared for everything. Your condition is to look at 6,000. Oh, that's the maximum of the box. That's certainly not the right plan. What? Okay, cool. I guess I'll set it at 4,000 instead of 6,000. Alright, so if nothing else, with how we have this set up, the train should go, oh boy, I need to go pick up more. So this isn't like the end of the world or anything. You had a condition the train must have the cube. So I have a condition. I have two separate ones because I'm using this train to also move cargo. I guess I could have two different trains, which might make it simple. But I have one where it's looking to have the cube as well as cargo. The other one is no cube and cargo. With inactivity, and I was hoping that with inactivity it would be fine, but it turns out that this condition here I think broke it because there was just too much required. It still hasn't finished it because it produces, what do we say, was it 2,700 or 4,700 each time? It'll rescue the cube. It's just gonna be stranded there for a little bit. It's fine. It shouldn't run again. We'll say over 3K, I guess. I don't want it to get stuck in there again. Like, I want it to be able to leave without the cube sometimes, because it's going to ferry the rest of this stuff. This is really just a good example of why I need to go get those extra loaders and get this set up sooner than later. And have the extra storages. Really just setting up this train stop, moving it over a little bit so we have more space to load 3 trains would be pretty tremendous. Rather than just the one, I guess it's just a proof of concept initially. It'd be very easy to upgrade this into loading 3 at once. But also, like, if I set a condition where it won't leave without the cube ever, the cube will just be stuck there if we're not emptying enough of it. 3 trains might be the idea in that case. That's what I'm thinking too. Ultra Cube again? It is in fact Ultra Cube. Please rescue our cube. I love how it starts decelerating so early. When it has the cube, at least. Alright, so now... Boom. This is checking that there's over 3K in the box. There's over 3K in the box. It goes in here. Now its original condition is going to go... I'll make that 5 seconds of inactivity, actually. It's going to fill up, and it's going to go, all right, sweet, I have the cube. The cube is not being taken out. We're at max cargo. We're good to go. Flies off. And then arrives to drop off the cube, and then it goes to drop off its own stuff. Now it looks, okay, I have a bunch of stuff I can drop off. So it goes to DCO drop off. And then after that condition is met, it'll go, yes, but it turns out I don't actually have any cargo now, nor the cube. Therefore, I should go pick up more cargo and keep delivering it. And then when that finishes, it'll go to wait for the cube again. I love how it zooms cubely. It does zoom cubely. It cubes cubely, and I think that's beautiful. I just want to watch it to make sure it works. I thought it was working before. Something broke at one point, maybe. I don't remember. Empty cargo inventory. Boom. So now it goes DCO pickup because it sees in the circuit that there's more than 2,000 available. Then it'll fill up the train. It'll go heck off again. Yeah, we definitely want just way more storage for this. This will work just fine once we have a lot more storage, but we need way more storage, which is to say we need more loaders, which is to say we gotta start stripping the cube down, which is very stressful conceptually. I mean, it was cool, but I don't really want to have to collect 64 different pieces of cube if everything goes wrong. Get a good amount of resplendent plates here. I'm gonna just put the extra ones in here for now. Did the uranium actually start uraniuming? It did. Wonderful. So this is working now too. We actually just like spooned profoundly hard. We got our first uranium 235 in what appears to be our second roll, which is a 0.07 or 0.7% chance, right? So very, very unlikely to happen. Very, very lucky to roll it already. But I haven't actually set up processing it because I assumed there'd be no reason to do it so early. It's not made in here. Oh, right. It's chem plants normally, right? If only I was so lucky doing the roll for legendary. But it saved me a little bit of time. So let's go over to our build. We're gonna need a lot of space for setting up the uranium power plant. Keeping in mind too, though, that the cube is gonna want to come to it for at least a little bit, so hopefully it won't be too far off. All right, so we will have these do. We will have this do. How the heck do we make it? Am I misremembering how it's normally made? Let me see. Uranium. A fuel refinery. Okay, that's why I was a little taken aback. I'm not quite used to fuel refineries conceptually yet. Heck, I don't have the stuff for them. Stone bricks are made kind of around here. I say kind of around here, but now that the factory's gotten so big, it's taking much longer to walk places. Let's look at getting those leggies pretty soon if we can. Well overdue. Thank you, bots. Very kind. Yeah, I have a request for stone bricks. That's kind of brilliant. I didn't realize I had that. Cool. So let us do fuel refinery. I'm gonna guess we only need one. It's got normal crafting speed, but you don't exactly need to craft the actual uranium that quickly because it's just outputs. Oh, but actually we probably want a few of them buffered thinking about it. I was thinking one would be just fine, but we want the cube to come through, rip through, and then leave, right? So being able to go through a couple machines at once could be good. Maybe it doesn't matter depending on the speed though. We're certainly not going to be rolling in uranium 235, at least at the start. For what I would say is a pretty solid chunk of time. Alright, so fuel refinery now instead. What do you take to make... The building's kind of crazy looking. I didn't look at it up close. I didn't realize how pipe heavy it was. We're going to be making uranium fuel cell. It takes normal stuff, and then some rare earth metals, which unfortunately I don't think the rare earth metals really make it this far. Apparently the rare earth itself does, but not the smelted form of it. Wonder if it's better to smelt it on site every now and then. Probably. I would imagine if we're making it over here, it's better to just set up one of those furnaces and then just have it be used up here. We shouldn't need a crazy amount of it, is the thing. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll just do one bell out like that. That looks fine. Cool. So we'll have it smelt here. That means the cube is also going to need to come down here, but it's going to need to come down here for this process anyways. So we should keep these close nearby each other, basically. Alright, so how am I going to get the cube over here is question number one. It goes right down here and then straight down, so I think the most logical way is to rip it from here. We'll add a splitter and we'll just set the priority so that it's going to ignore the splitter altogether for now by having it output priority right, and then we'll have it come across here. Probably not straight through all this stuff. Or perhaps down along this belt here. Cool, and we can have checks here. So we'll do a repair thingy, which has a name, which I forgot the name of. Recovery, maybe? Recovery bay, something like that. Recovery bay is my final answer. Recovery bay is correct. We'll put a recovery bay here. We'll have it so that there is a... It's a mausoleum's fine, actually. The other than a solemn receptacle would fit it better, aesthetically. Cool. We'll have that come out over here. It'll be started. It'll do a check over here on a splitter, and the splitter will say, I guess the splitter can be like this, make it a little bit simpler. Splitter will say, do we need any metal? If the answer is yes, we'll go through here, and if not, it won't bother. So we'll set output side, we'll set it to right, we'll be looking for rare metal, and I guess we'll set it to 0. If rare metal is equal to 0, we'll go down here, and if it's not equal to 0, then we'll go upwards. We can set the numbers more like concisely, but I think this is fine for now. I have it backwards. Surprise, surprise. Sweet. So then it gets put through the bay, and once it gets put through the bay, we'll have it immediately feed outwards and then back onto here. And again, we don't need a crazy amount of rare metal for this. It's 20 per recipe, so once this runs once, it should be like good. This specific recipe, which we're doing the default smelting one, outputs 250, so it's going to be a lot of fuel cells just from this one completed. So cool. We'll call that good. Set up some power poles around as well, so that things can actually have power. Then those output. Cool. And then those will just come out here and then feed into it. And the cube itself will feed over here. And then we can just hopefully return it as easily as we found it. Honestly, this line would have been really nice, but this is kind of chunking it up. I think the plan will be to set this up so the cube comes out here. We could probably make some rulings on it as well to determine if we want it to run multiple times, which is almost certainly going to be the idea. Again, anytime the cube's in an area, we want it to go out only when necessary. And stay as long as necessary as well. We don't want to overstay our welcome with the cube. So this will be the metal input. I'll do 2 of them even. We'll set it up like that. Boom, boom, boom. Great. Plenty of metal input. Shouldn't need any. Ultra dense utility cube goes in. Uranium 235 and 238 go in. So we're going to want a way to have 235 and 238 be differentiated. A splitter works, but I feel like it's almost overkill in a way. I think what we probably want to do here instead, something like this. I've done things like this in the past before. It's not like the perfect solution, but I think it's sufficient. You know, I'll have this so it can filter for specifically that, and I'll set up a second one, although I think it's unlikely. We'll filter for 234 as well, because maybe that'll be necessary or important for something down the line, or it'll just be cool to have. But that way, any of the normal ones will go in here and then get fed in. Any of the special ones will go here. So we'll get an idea of how many we have. And what we can do with this is we can go, all right, each recipe takes 1, 2, 3, 5. The auto insertion limit is 2. So therefore, when we have any extra at all, they'll be here. So I can wire this specific box in, looking at how many of those are available. And that ruling can determine when it comes down here. So it should be pretty easy to set up. Guess I'll just drag it along the belt. Never mind. We'll do some big electric poles because they almost reach anyways. May as well just follow that. Heck, it doesn't reach far enough. Stupid wires. So confusing. You got left behind again? Here I was minding my own business. Okay, if nothing else, at least it comes back. It's like, sure, it left the cube at the park, but it went back for the cube. I really hate that it left the cube at the park, for the record. But it's going back for the cube. Cool, it picked up the cube. I hope it's having grand old time out there. Surely it's having grand old time. If you had the option to hang out inside of a deep core mining drill, you're telling me you wouldn't hang out in a deep core mining drill? I know I would. Probably. Actually, it sounds a little bit scary and maybe a little dangerous, so maybe not. Sorry for, like, not committing to that hard enough. So we can do a couple of checks here. I don't think we're going to need to meaningfully do a check for slugged uranium fuel cell. Why is it slugged? I'm checking for the wrong stuff. I'm so lost in the sauce right now. We'll just do a check to see if there is greater than 0 or less than, or I guess equal to 0. And if there's 0 in there, great. It'll go past. If there's more than 0, it can make uranium fuel cells, so it'll take the pilgrimage down here, which I think will be quite nice for our prospects in the future. Great, so need to make a recovery bay. I doubt I have the stuff on me for it. I do not need to grab a little bit of metal, which ironically we can process here. I'm not going to make a rule for it deliberately coming down here to process metal, because the metal's only used for one thing. It's kind of like ultra excess, to be honest with you. But when it's necessary, it'll be there. And this way I don't need to have like a big old belt of metal going to that one corner for no reason, effectively. Cool. There's our recovery bay. Kind of wild how there's just like a big old ball of heat in the sun that causes us to run at ridiculous temperatures. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm inside. It could be certainly worse, like working outside under the sun or something. Like, I respect it, but at the same time, it's hot. And my mother absolutely raised a complainer. So here I am. We'll put our ultra dense utility cube over here. We need to filter these as well so that the cube doesn't end up here. Or metal. Huh? Whoops, I accidentally the wrong spot. So let's fix that really quick and then reconnect that as well. Cool. So that looks good. Everything seems fine here in theory. You just need the cube. You go through a cube process. We can make a cube loop now as well. We'll have the cube come out on this side here, and we'll have it follow a couple rules. I guess we'll have 2 cube outies. This one we'll check to see if there's more fuel cells in here, at which point it'll keep running. We're just going to use the same logic we used before. Enable, disable, based on Covivarex redemption process. What do you mean redemption? All right, not important right now. Really bizarre. We'll check based on that, and then we'll check based on that as well. Why are these all in the same exact way? This one will go, if it's equal to 0, heck it, we're out of here. Even if we can do it once more, heck it. This one will go, you know, if there's more than 0, we should take another lap through here. And then it'll just go right back in because it does not get spent in this process. It is not a fuel, it's just the cube trademark. You know, let's throw it back to the old design that we were doing like that. Cool. And then our fuel cells themselves can output over here. We'll filter those for uranium fuel cell, which is not slugged. The funny thing is the sun is actually only about as dense, power dense as a human, which is very large. Honestly, it's kind of empowering in a way. If you ever feel like you're small, remember that the sun's not that big, but it is quite large. So don't underestimate it and don't try to take it in a fight. You guys remember when there was like this big thing about what would win a fight, like 10 million lions or the sun? Something like that. Maybe I'm misquoting it a little bit. Surely the sun wins like every day of the week, right? I gotta imagine. Alright, this is the cube line trademark. All we gotta do is make it so the cube returns the cube line trademark. Let's make it as tight as we can to save on space and save on cube travel time. Great. The one I saw is 1 billion lions or every Pokemon. Oh, interesting. It gotta be the lions though. Like, I think people undervalue how many, like, a billion of something is. Maybe I'm kind of a buzzkill on it, but a billion is a lot. Hey, everything's looking good here. The one thing we obviously don't have set up yet is the power plant itself and the heat exchangers, but we're actually making pretty good progress on it. Oh, gosh, I always forget the ratio of heat exchangers. It gets funky when you get multiple nuclear reactors. I think I'm gonna go nab some stuff and see if we can set up 4 of them and get like a really big setup to start. Yo, what up? Hey Lily, how's it going? Nice to see you. It is scorching hot here today. Well, I guess how's your weather and how are you doing? I probably care more about how you're doing than the weather, but I am also interested in the weather. But if I can pick one, it's how are you doing? We need a profound amount of rare metal, unfortunately. How's the coal doing? It looks like the coal box is actually full again. So I'm gonna make the potentially cursed decision to swap it over manually once more. And hopefully that'll result in some less time there. Doing good myself, got groceries here, and I'm eating a salad while watching stream. Sounds comfy. I should probably... You know, we'll stream for another like half an hour or so, and then I'll eat lunch. It'll be a late lunch, but I'll eat something. For the rest of the week, the plan is going to be more Ultra Cube tomorrow, Back to the Heavens on Thursday, and then Final Fantasy Friday, of course. So keep that in mind for attending and stuff. But I appreciate y'all attending regardless of game, but I know some people are way more interested in things like Factorio and whatnot, and I want to make sure that people have a good idea what's to come. Ultra Cube is fun. And don't take this in like an insulting way to Ultra Cube in the slightest, but it is a little bit like exhausting in a way. It feels like it drains me a lot more than traditional Factorio. I know that's almost certainly like a skishu situation, but it is like a lot to take in at times. But it's fun, and I plan to keep going on it. But also, like, people who Ultra Cube Goodly are just built different. And I am built exactly as the factory designed me. Okay, I'm getting distracted. Let's go handcraft those over there. What else did we need for making the nuclear reactors? Sophisticated matter units, a bunch of them. Holy guacamole. I don't think we have that many lying around, do we? I mean, we might now that the belt's quite long. I kind of wanted to scale these up at some point, too. He was tiny because the logic is not really familiar. It is different, but I think that that's also, like, very fun. Very enjoyable. So we have fallen a little bit behind. We got almost 800 of them. We can wait for more to be crafted before we nab some more, but I don't think that's going to be an issue anymore. We'll go grab some advanced circuits now. I think we have a box of them. We sure heckin' do. Oh, it has like none in there. I was like, surely we'll have plenty, but we certainly don't have plenty, which is unfortunate. But there's a bunch on the belt now at least, so I can nab a bunch of those. I would like to do a 2x2 setup to start. It's going to be a little expensive on the fact that we can't Covarex and the fact that we are not doing the most processing of uranium right now. But I know we're going to want the power, so I think we should start with, you know, aiming big. We're going to want it eventually. Might as well go for it now. All right, some advanced circuits and then some rare earth metals. Okay, the cube is not stuck, which is nice. I was thinking it was going to be stuck again, but it's actually on the train. It's actually offloading there too. I'm so proud of that cube. I raised it myself. Thinking about playing with the cube is so much easier and relaxing than the BS stuff I'm doing right now. Vivian, you were doing Nullius, was it? Or were you working on something else? The cube is like, there is something relaxing about it. Just being able to watch the cube function is really comforting. Also, there is literally no metal anywhere to be seen. And everything is awful. We're about to get some metal, so things will be less awful. I wonder if I could replace like the entire cube line though. Imagine we get rid of the cube line and we just have a single train that goes around everything and drops off at the spots. Just another crack at Nullius. I'm like, my plan was initially to do C block and then Ultra Cube. I'm gonna do Ultra Cube, then I'll do C block, and then maybe Pies, I guess. I don't know. Is Nullius harder or easier than Pyanodons? I like the theming of Nullius from someone explaining to me, like it's like restoring a world from being like destroyed. I think that's really fun conceptually, so maybe I'll do that one sooner. There's some metal I can steal here, so let's do that. Nullius is way easier than Pi. Maybe I'll do that one first then. Pi's been on my to-do list though. I mean, I've started like 3 hours of it, but I figured it'll be something I'll do on stream because it'll just be fun to kill time with. Yeah, I'm playing Nullius. I'm currently working on automating physics research with belts. Physics research in general sounds a little above my pay grade. Nullius is less over complex than Pi and has a lot of real chemistry in it, which is pleasing to me. I was barred from taking a chemistry class in high school, and I think that that may have lessened the personal enjoyment of when chemistry pops up and things for me, but it doesn't mean that I'm not. I think it's rad for the record. But like, what's a good example? Starbound. I haven't played Starbound for a long time, but Frackin' Universe is their big like difficulty and conversion mod, and that one uses a lot of like chemistry and stuff and like different elements. And the moment all that gets introduced, my entire brain shuts down like instantly because I just see like elements and I'm like, this is way too confusing. I can't process it. Doesn't probably like a full-time job. I've heard people say it takes, I don't remember actually. I was gonna say it takes like a few thousand hours to beat it, but that can't be right. It's got to be like probably like 600-700 hours, I would guess. That's also kind of spitballing though. I don't know. How long does pie take? Alright, so we've got most of these done now. Sophisticated matter units, advanced circuits, and then concrete. I'm not going to automate making nuclear reactors because we certainly don't want them automated right now. That would be a lot of resources going into effectively nothing. 1,500? Alright. That's pretty significant. I'm expecting this to take me about 200 hours. That's just like a preliminary gut feeling guess. That might be a little bit under where we expect to be too, but I'm also not the most adept in this stuff. I just think it's fun. Okay, we can nab more of these, and then we can make our last nuclear reactor, and then we can start... I can probably set up automation for the heat pipes and exchangers at least. That'll probably be a good idea. Awesome. So we have our 4 nuclear reactors. I mean, if nothing else, the heat pipes are very easy to make. So I can put those literally anywhere and put them in a box. So I'm going to do that. Heat pipes. We need a bunch of them. We'll set them up and then forget them. That's simple, right? Appreciate the hydrate redeem. It is actually getting profoundly hot in here now, which is quite nice if you like suffering, which apparently a lot of Factorio players like doing, myself included, so I will drink to that. Make sure you're staying hydrated as well. Always unfortunate that when it's hot, your computer also produces more heat. But so it goes. Cool. So we're not going to need a crazy amount of these, but what's the stack size? 50? That'll probably be fine at 250. We got those made. What else did we need? It was pipes and then something else for the heat exchangers. Pipes, sophisticated matter units, rare metal as well. Can make pipes here. Oops. I mean, that spot's fine. And the sophisticated matter comes right through here, so we're just going to make this here too. We're just kind of taking advantage of space because there's no reason to really not build in this area. So we'll do a few undergrounds here to just pull off of our little sort of bus. I don't know if bus is the right term for this, but bus enough, we'll say. And we do one more here. And then we've got a really rudimentary but functional automation for the only other thing we need to set up our nuclear reactors. And functional is what we're going for here. We don't need a crazy amount of these. I think it's like 48 or something. Or maybe it's like 64. It's a good chunk of them. I want to try to make our reactor setup as compact as possible, though. Although I guess it doesn't really matter how compact it is, because the cube itself doesn't need to go into the nuclear reactor, right? I guess we can technically have the cube go into the nuclear reactor since it accepts either fuel, I hope. Yeah. So it says fuel ultra-dense utility cube, but when you mouse over it here, it says accepted fuel either one. So I'm going to assume we can just circumvent the need for the utility cube and instead just process uranium per norm. That's the ideal way. That way we don't have to worry about producing too much or too little steam. It can process over time. And so now we have some uranium-235 in here. So at some point, this cube should get the tail to come down here, assuming I did the wiring right. I did it wrong. Wonderful. Less than and greater than will always slip me up. I think there's basically no chance I'll ever surpass the beast that is that. So let's build it out here. We have a bit of space here, and this is kind of out of the way. I don't want to build it too close so it's in the way of things if I want to expand out here later on, though. Maybe I'll build it up here instead. That could be smarter. But it's really out of the way then. And then we need the fuel cells to go really far. Not that that's a problem. Either way, let's start building it now. Let's make it look hopefully kind of nice by the end. This is probably a good spot here, maybe. There might be... This is probably fine. I think I'm overthinking it. It's going to be big, but it's not going to be that big. Okay, so these will be touching. We need heat outwards. We're going to need a way to input, our fuel as well. And we need a way to output as well. So we'll do input, 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 input. We'll make it swirl. How about that? And then output, 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 and then output. Cool. It's got like a Torelli design. So we can do undergrounds for most of this. Input, then another input here. And another input here, and then one final one here. You can really just sushi it over here to make it nice and simple. Then we'll do the outputs, which will just... I think I want to do the outputs. Probably some more of underground shenanigans. Although, we won't be able to underground the exact same spot, obviously, because of how I'm doing this. Let's have it underground the opposite way. Assuming that should work. Do undergrounds like this. Then we'll have it go alongside here for the sake of aesthetic. Do one more of those straight down here. And from here, we're going to just offload, right? I mean, I could technically do one more for the sake of how it looks, I guess. Wait, why is this one so different? Did I put this one in a weird spot? I totes put this one in a weird spot. This one should be over here. It's funny why it felt so weird to me. That's better. Cool. I think. Maybe cool. Wait, this feels wrong. I skipped one over here. I skipped an output there and there. That's what it is. I was getting way too lost in the sauce, I think. Okay, so you output here. You go through here. Boom. Oh, this is a little trickier to make look good than I thought it would. I guess if I spiral it outwards a little bit, it'll be easier to keep the aesthetic. Honestly, I don't hate that. We'll do that. Can I just like rotate this and use it in all the corners for simplicity? Sure can. Heck, why does that look so scrungle-bunked? This part didn't get copied, I think. Where doth this go? My poor brain is struggling now. I don't know what I was thinking, trying to make it wrap around. I should have just kept it way simpler. All right, hold on. Hold on. We gotta reconvene our brain a little bit because something got really lost in the sauce here. I don't know why I was trying something so complex. I want this to turn in here. Great. This goes across here. Perfect. Boom. That's the shape we want. That like Y shape means we're doing it right. Goes through here, comes down here. Goes out here, turns right. This goes to here. Looks good. Boom. That Y shape is what we want. Goes around here. This is a corner, so it doesn't have to do anything. Needs to split a little bit lower. Boom. Y shape. Looks good. Goes there. This is the wrong spot. We want it to be here instead. That's better. Now it's good. Cool. So now it's like a full sushi belt that goes around. Alternatively, I'm going to want to take off the spent ones at some point. I really like how it looks. I don't know. It's like a cube, right? We've created an ultra cube of nuclear power. I'm like, I want to save on space. Also me. To something dumb like this. Honestly, I can just have it sushi around and then go into a mausoleum. The rest of them can be just fine, however. What we would like to do is find a good place to insert it originally. Which we'll do over here, I suppose. There, that's better. Cool, 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 cool. So then that goes on, it goes around the sushi belt. It'll be pulled in, any of the excess ones we have, and the output will go over here. We have like an input in the upper left, output in the lower right. Looks good. Kind of a weird looking freaky sun design, like a spiky looking thingy, but you know, it works. It's good enough. It's gonna look a lot different when we have this done anyways. So let us focus on getting our heat exchangers down. A synthetic cube, that's kind of a cool way to put it. I think I'm gonna start moving. Oh no. How long has Cube Cam been stuck in this spot? I wasn't paying attention for a while. Give it to me straight, Doc. We gonna make it or not? Thankfully, I'm right by, but why are you here? You never... I set it up backwards. I had it right the first time. Absolutely incredible. Moving last time I saw it too, maybe that's a good thing then. Ah, I have it filtered incorrectly. Cool, takes the Scrunky Cube out. The Scrunky Cube goes through here. It'll go, yes, delicious uranium fuel cell. The delicious uranium fuel cell goes here. Where's Cube? Oh, it already left. Ah, okay, I guess it's because it's 0 now. It loaded 4. That's fine. The ruling could have been, I guess, a little bit better, but I don't think I can hook it into the refinery. I don't think it can read the refinery's contents. Cool, 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 cool. So that's good. So we have uranium fuel cells. The bots are now starting to put stuff out here. Let's set up our heat exchangers. Let's wait for a minute. We have uranium fuel cells. We sure heckin' do. Come heck or high water, we've done it. Okay, so we've got our nuclear reactors, which I can put down now. Oh, the numbers are so rough for me, though. So when they have the partner bonus, is it 100% for each one or 50% for each one? Heck, I don't have the stuff for a mausoleum on me. You know what I'm going to do, actually? I'm going to put this stuff in a box. And I'll just request it. Cool. Just so we have... Oh, no, heck. I clicked it and then unclicked it. Just so we have a little bit of everything to craft on the go. Okay, so... Our input's over here. We need to make sure of that. We don't want this to be too far. 50% for each one, so they have 2 neighbors each. Perfect. That's what I was thinking. So this will output 160 megawatts while running at full capacity, which I probably won't do, but I might run it at full capacity. I haven't decided yet. So with that, these consume 10 megawatts each. So 16 would be generous. We know that the neighboring bonus 100 over mods differ from this. Okay. So my plan is kind of to run them not at full capacity most of the time so that we can save on some of our fuel cells. That's the idea, at least. So neighboring bonus will exist for a little bit, but I'm not going to set it up with it in mind. Maybe I should, though. Let's plug this back in really quick. Sorry, I'm just trying to think about what I want to do. The more space we have too, like the heat pipes diffuse how much heat goes through them, the longer they are. So I don't really want to deal with that either. How close can I make this, I guess, is the question. This is 8 on a corner, which would not be as much as I'd like. I think I'm going to aim at 16 per corner. I think that's going to be the play. So double what's here. And we'll line it up with this so it looks nice. You can certainly save fuel, but thanks to Ultra Cube, it's not so easy anymore. Good old Ultra Cube. Making it simple. It's almost perfect in that guess. This is still going to be like a pretty tremendous amount of heat diffusion, which is a little annoying. But this should give us space to be able to mirror this design around the entire thing. Oh, you know what I didn't automate, which I should do really quick if it's not too bad, but I'm sure it's going to be a pain. Heavy turbines are so expensive. Holy guacamole, I forgot about those. Oh no. I keep going, I should make more advanced engine units. I now know why. That's like a real problem, actually. I do have some in a box, but really not many. There's actually a pretty crazy amount in boxes. Past Miko might have come up again. It's still not like nearly what we're gonna need, but it's something. What are you made out of? So it's rare metals that you're really hurting on? You're just kind of slow otherwise as well. What is the craft for this? Sophisticated motor unit, advanced engine unit. I'm gonna have them slowly crafting over here as well. Emphasis on slowly because it's not gonna be quick. But everything else is literally right here. So we might as well eke out a little bit here. Then put it in a box. This is like invest in the future stuff, right? As long as it's being made eventually. Oh, that is so not pretty. How much is it for each one? 20 of them? This is actually never getting made. I know I said that I was setting it up so it'd be made, but I actually just lied to you and I'm very sorry. Oh no. It's so expensive. Maybe I should have aimed for one. I mean, this is fine. If we have it running at partial capacity, it's better than not running at all, right? So we'll do this as our design. Put a PPay in there as well, and then we can just copy paste it a bunch. Heck. Okay, so the water's flowing through there. Do I actually have space to like mirror this over there is the question. I'm gonna put this here for now, remove all this stuff. We're gonna save our blueprint. Is this too big? The age-old question. I think the answer has to be yes because of how I designed it. No, it's no. This is like an appropriate size. Wonderful. Cool. This looks good then. It looks really cool. Looks like a big old circuit or something. This way we can have pipes here, pipes here. I guess we only need pipes in a few spots. We can have no pipes on the left, I suppose. And obviously we need power poles. Really getting mileage out of medium power poles. Usually I strip them for whatever they're called. Substations. I keep glazing substations and how much I like them, but I keep forgetting what they're called today. It's a real problem. Alright, cool. I think I'll just copy this and then rotate it to the other ones because I did set them up to be equal. It should be easy to... I hate that I messed it up. It's not like that big of a deal, but it's... I did it, you know, and I have to live with it. Is that still off? No, that looks perfect. I'm kidding. That's totally off. That's better. There we go. Cool. So we just need a thing in the corner here to keep it going around. The power should be done. And because we're loading... I guess we can load our first one pretty much wherever now, right? We'll have it come through here. And we'll have it go through here. Perfect. There you go. Whoops. Not perfect. Everything is awful. I'm sorry for misleading you into thinking things are perfect. Kind of my bad on that one. Great. So we do need more RoboPort coverage, so I'm going to just have it kind of wrap around here, I think. It's going to be a little bit wasteful the way I'm putting it down, but it should be fine. I'm really glad I made it further away. This is already kind of creeping on where I would have liked it to be, so having it be a little bit further was definitely a boon in the long run. Cool. That should be good enough for RoboPort coverage, but I'll just wrap it all the way around anyways. Great, so the issue here is that we have literally no way of doing anything with the spent cells. Literally, unless we're running a train into it, it cannot do anything. But everything else should be fine. Also, it'll be farther away if it goes Chernobyl somehow. See, it's funny. I know that they can explode. I think the context is that if it, like, dies while being hot or something. But now I'm more concerned that it's going to, like, randomly say, like, it's going to be like a pop-up where it's going to be like, insert cube in a nuclear reactor or explode. And I'll be like, what? Then the nuclear reactor will be gone. Okay, so that's set up at least. I need to make a mausoleum, which I think I was stuck on sophisticated matter units as a problem. So I'm going to just grab a bunch of those. Make our mausoleum. Then put the rest in here. I think I have a request for 100 of them, so I'll grab 100 so the boss don't have to stress, I guess. I noticed that our science is just completely off. And like has been for a long time. I kind of ignored it because I was like, I need to focus right now, but what happened? Did I break it when doing other stuff? Oh, you know what? It physically can't get engine units anymore because I'm a dumb idiot head. They're being stressed in two separate places. I do think that if we ever want to like see this made, we kind of have to upgrade our advanced engine units. I think we need them for other things as well, but I don't think that it's basically ever going to get finished. I mean, it will, but it'll be in like genuinely like 5 or 6 hours of time, if not longer. Because of how wicked slow that is right now. So I think that's probably next on the agenda is getting advanced engine units set up somewhere else. How's everything doing? You've got some material. Where's the train though? Is it because you have under 2,000? You do have slightly under 2,000. All right, you're following the rules I set forth for you. I'll give you that much. I wish we had 2 cubes. That's all I want is 1 more cube. I know I'm asking for a lot. Miko, I hear you cry. You could just make 64 cubes. Yeah, I know, but that's not really the point right now because that's a lot more than I want. Like, look, you don't ask a parent like how many kids do you want, and no one says 64. They might hit you with a 2, but not 64. If they do hit you with 64, I'm sorry for being a little bit judgmental, but wow, that is a lot. That is like a real tall order. No offense. Again, sorry for being a little judgmental. But also, holy guacamole. Cool. So that's plugged in now, so this can run eventually. I'm not going to have the power be plugged in quite yet on account of there being literally no reason. $64 does seem to be too many. Unless you're a frog or something. Oh, our frog's one of the, like, we pop out 40 million spawn at once. Calling them spawn is so, like, I mean, I think they're called frog spawn. I think that's why it popped into my head. I think it's like a term that exists in something. Nintendo 64 is in shambles? No. Sorry, N64, that was really not cash money of me. Okay, so gosh, I guess we really just need to look at improving a few parts of our base now. I'm tempted to say that we should take some time here as well to improve our matter production. That's certainly on the agenda, or at least in my mind is something that we should do. However, I'm a co of my word, and I said I was going to wrap up in roughly half an hour. It's been roughly half an hour, so I'm going to go eat stuff, I think. They're called froglets. There's no chance baby frogs are called froglets. That's the kind of thing you can absolutely gaslight me into believing, which is why I know there's no way they're called froglets. Are they actually called froglets? Like, unironically? I need to make a few notes for myself, though. Let's put one over on this stuff, and we'll say to improve this stuff. Improve that one, and then we want to put it here. There's 3 major things. This needs to be improved, that needs to be improved, and then advanced engine units in general, but the production of this needs to be improved. So this one will be more delicious squarular cereal. Yum. This is going to be mausoleum. Is how you spell mausoleum? Mausoleum, I forgot. That we're gonna throw that. We're gonna run that joke back a few times. This one actually ends in I guess uranium did too. And then, listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. That power plant ain't getting done with this. Great. Awesome. I think those are pretty good reminders. Those are the main things I want to do. Would chat lie? Chat would never lie. That's certainly like one of my... I don't know if... I was going to say charm point, but I don't think it's the right word for it. I will believe a lot of things because I want to believe them, which is a real blunder. I know I already set this up, but I think I'm going to change my mind. I think I'm going to offload at some point the stuff because it'll look kind of nice doing it like this. The spent cells. All right, but for now, I'm going to go wrap up. I'm going to go eat and stuff. I know it's a little bit shorter than usual, but it's not meaningfully shorter than usual, so You'll have to forgive me, but I want to go at least eat some lunch. Tomorrow, more Ultra Cube. We'll probably start bright and early again. Thursday, About to the Heavens. Friday, Final Fantasy 2, Part 2. Thanks so much for hanging around. Hopefully you had a nice time. I know that I did. And hopefully I'll see you next time. Have a great day. Bye for now.